We have Maxim Vachilagrav and Shakhtar Mamijarov here with us, who just finished their round 6 game in the final stage of the group phase of the second leg of the Grand Prix here in Belgrade. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining us. Shakhtar, this was a make or break game for you. In order to move to the next stage, you had to win, and you were under pressure from that respect. Let's start with you. How did you approach this game, and based on how did you approach it, how did it develop?
Okay. Normally, we with Maxim played every time interesting games, interesting positions, and also in these tournaments, both games it was very nice, very good, and of course it was not easy game. It is not easy to play to win when you need, because your opponent is very strong. Is Maxim. We tried, we played a good game. It looks very good for white, maybe somewhere, maybe not, because every day I think my position is very good. But finally, when I analyze my game, I see, I don't know what happened, but it was good try. Yeah.
Maxime, from your perspective,
first
how did the game unfold?
Yeah, it's it happens from time to time that you are in this situation where it's always good for you, but Shark needed the win, so I knew this was going to be a very tense game. I decided against the Grenfell for once. Decided to change a bit. I played this solid line once recently, and I thought, why not try it again? But then it got very messy. Shark knows how to do this. Long castles and playing 4G, 4G5, and I must say I was not so sure about my position. I felt like it should be okay because I have my trumps, I have pair of bishops, I have some attack on his king, but I needed to be very fast with my counterplay, and there were a few scary moments because lots of things were not very much under control. I kind of underestimated this knight d7 idea. Then with queen f5, queen g4, f5 coming, and but luckily I always have bishop moves to retreat, either bishop f8 or bishop e7, and then my bishop is back on a Grenfell diagonal, so I felt much better there.
Good. Well, Shakhtar, obviously this is the end of the road for you here in Belgrade. Yet you've played well, and yet this happens often, I guess, but hopefully not too often. But
yeah, I forgot when I play in tournament and not win a single game. As 6 draws is for me, of course, too much. Normally you lose or win. For this tournament, I do very good preparation. Before the tournament, I got 2 weeks for preparation for this tournament with my, second trainers. I want to say thanks for who support me, my federation, and also my trainers. My seconds who helped me. I tried. It was good. I got many chance to win games. Minimum 2-3 games I had big advantage, but I played not very well. For this reason I can say it is not opening problems, it's just some chess problems. Maybe it's like, also I think it's 90% chess players is mood is not very good, to try to play chess. Some big problems involved. For this reason sometimes not easy to think all time about chess, and we can miss easily some moves. For this reason, I hope in next tournaments I will try good. Of course, it's not very important now for me. It's next Grand Prix because we have no chance, but I will try to play chess, and after we have many tournaments, we will try show our best.
I'll never give up, of course. Maxime, for you, obviously now, at the moment we're conducting this interview, it's still not clear whether you're moving forward, because if Evgenij wins against Alexander Prix, then you're going to the tiebreak. But overall, when you look at these 6 games so far, which you've played. How satisfied are you? Obviously, it was a good result, but highlight for you.
No, I mean, the highlight for now is my win, of course, with Alexander. I feel like I calculated very decently in this tournament. It has been a long time since I felt like I was calculating lines so sharply, so okay. And well, there are still a few things I'm not happy with, of course. The way the openings turned out in my first, maybe even in my first 3 games, was not ideal. So there's always room, to do things better. Because when you win a game, I mean, it might be the decisive win, but it felt like I would have played maybe even better. But still, it's good. I'll be waiting to know if I'm playing tiebreaks or if I move to the next round. And then, I'm looking forward either way to continue fighting and, to have with in mind, of course, this big goal of qualifying to the candidates.
And just finally, for both of you, how satisfied were you with the conditions playing here, and what is the most important in terms of conditions when you play somewhere? Shak, do you want to start us off?
When you play bad, you every time think everything is going wrong. But in the tournament, everything, whether it was good, the tournament hall is good. I mean, the atmosphere here is good. I mean, it's the only problem I just play bad. I mean, my chess, everything was in control.
All right, thank you. And Maxime, for you?
Yeah, I don't have any complaints. So far, so good. I mean, the only thing I can say is, but it's I didn't have too much time to walk around the city. If I don't have a tiebreak, maybe I'll try to do that tomorrow. But of course, there's other priorities so far.
Okay, good. Well, thank you both so much, and good luck with the rest of your.
The group stage, the Grand Prix 2022 in Belgrade, has finished after 6 rounds with any playoffs. Evgenij in Group B and Santos Vidit in C had a great beginning. They were the only ones to start the tournament with 2 wins. The Grandmaster calmly drew the next 4 games and in a very certain style advanced to the semi-finals. Vidit lost directly to Richard Rapport. The Hungarian Grandmaster also managed to beat his rival in the rematch, and thus he overtook Indian competitor and advanced to the semi-finals with a point advantage. An extremely even fight was in Group D. Tides were falling all the time. We waited for the victory until the 4th round when Maxim Vasilya-Graf managed to beat Alexander Prudki. In the last round, Evgenij and Shakir Mamediyarov had to win to fight in rapid tiebreaks, but failed to do so. You lost to Prudki and Shakir tied with Maxim. Thus Maxim Vasilya-Graf advanced to the semi-finals with Richard Rapport. In Group A, 2 favorites were right from the start, Dmitry Andreikin and Shankland. They tied twice and both won against Alexander Grischuk, so the clashes with Etienne Bacro were decided. Only Andreikin managed to defeat the French Grandmaster, and so he qualified for the semi-finals, in which he will play against Evgenij. Not only chess games were paired by organizers. A football match in day off between FIDE team versus local players provided a lot of emotions and fun. In the semi-final stage 2022 FIDE Grand Prix Belgrade leg, Dmitry Andreikin will play versus Evgenij and Richard Rapport versus Maxim Vasilya-Graf. Stay tuned and watch live broadcast on FIDE YouTube channel every day at 3 p.m. CET.
Hello, welcome to FIDE World Chess Grand Prix Series. It's us back after somewhat unexpected free day. We did expect a lot of tie breaks at some point. Yeah, at some point it felt, okay, maybe not a lot, but at least one tie break. Anyway, so today we are starting the elimination phase. So with the semi-final, only 4 players left. And yeah, so 2 days of classical chess. In case of a tie, once again a tie break, and we'll know names of the finalists, and then they will battle it out who will become the winner of Belgrade 2022 Grand Prix.
Yeah, so we will have winner of the group A, Dmitry Andreikin, having actually black pieces against winner of the group B, Evgenij, and we will have winner of the group C, Richard Rapport, having white pieces against winner of the group D, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave.
Right. So for those, let us try to figure out. We have three people for whom it's the first tournament, which are Andreikin, Giri, MVL, right? For Rapport, it's already a second leg he's playing, and so far he was able to repeat his success. So he's for a second consecutive time in the semifinals. Last time he played, he lost to Hikaru Nakamura. Let's see what happens this time. So a minute before the start, I believe we'll have ceremonial first move being made this time by a tournament director, right?
Yes, it will be made by a tournament director, Marian Stejčević. I'm not sure on which board, but since there are only 2 boards,
yeah, really... your guess would be as good as mine, yeah. Right.
So we'll see. And also, as you said, I mean, Richard already has one Grand Prix leg behind, so it could create some additional pressure, right? Since
yeah, well, it's hard to. I was thinking, like, what does it take to qualify, right? Apparently, 2 semifinals won't be enough.
Right?
But on the other hand, it's very hard to believe that someone's gonna make like 2 finals or win 2 events.
Right.
So, like, last semifinal in Berlin is not such a disaster.
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, if he wins now, he'll be well positioned.
Yeah.
Well positioned for qualification. But yeah, but we'll talk on this later on, maybe during the final stage, how many points players get for, let's say, for being eliminated, for getting to the semi-final, and so on and so on. Right, so Rapport against MVL. First move, I don't even see what move.
I believe it was D4, but still he can take it back. So
yeah, it's kind of on the left wing, so it's D4, C4. Didn't look like B4 to me. Not that I'm expecting B4 to be played. Anyway, right, so the round has started. Yeah, and Richard, yeah, absolutely free to change his move. Absolutely, and then Giri with white against Dmitry Andreikin. Giri opening with 1 E4. That's what he
usually does? Or?
Yeah, I think nowadays, yeah, like you can almost guarantee Giri going for E4, especially if he's kind of in a fighting mood, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and C5.
E4, C5. That's the move that brought Andreikin a victory over Grishuk in round 1. So let's see what happens. Knight F3 and D6, I'm guessing, yeah?
E6, I think.
E6,
yeah.
Okay, E6. So far, so good, same as in his game against Grishuk. For Rapport, what was the opening?
I think it was Grunfeld, yeah.
Wait.
No,
yeah, it is the Grunfeld for Rapport at MVL. Yeah, quite interesting. Trying to guess. I mean, all players, that's remarkable, all players in a similar situation, because previously, like say in Berlin, Nakamura kind of had an extra free day. He qualified without a tiebreak. And then for Rapport, he had to play the tiebreak. So, you know, in a way, people are in uneven conditions. Right, so now we can say they're all well rested or well stressed, everyone. I mean, depends on how you view the free day. right? So it won't be any sort of, okay, I'm too tired, so let's make a quick draw kind of sentiment, right? So, well, it's just your strategy for the match out of 2 games and a potential tiebreak. So if someone goes for a short draw with white, that means that kind of implies that, yeah, I want 2 draws and I consider myself to be a better rapid player.
Favorite in tiebreak, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so here bishop c4, c5, knight e2 castles. I think that had been seen in MVL's game, right? Last round, that is. No.
I think it was against Yu Yang-Yi.
Against Yu Yang-Yi, yeah, precisely. And we were talking about how this resembles Karpov Kasparov, right? So knight to c6, I'm guessing, right? Castle short, bishop g4 would be Karpov Kasparov, and MVL was going for b6, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see, knight c6, I believe, will be played automatically, right? Also for white, like castling is, no, rook to c1, rook to c1, and this is, once again, it's a little bit tricky because I wonder if white's plan not to castle at all, because in some of those positions, like especially if you still want to do the Karpov Kasparov thing, like you go bishop g4, then f3, you go knight a5, all that nonsense, right? This time bishop f7 probably doesn't make sense because the king would be in the center. Bishop d3, let's say bishop e6. Now with the rook on c1, or hang on a second, bishop e6 doesn't make sense, right? So in the castle line, you would be playing this, right? White would have the castle, you would have the rook on a1 in this case. And then with d5, white would sacrifice an exchange. It's a very sharp line and so on. But here, it doesn't make any sense for black, right? Because it's just d5, you will have to move the bishop, and white even can start with this h4, and, which became very fashionable, this plan of h4, h5, h6, even with white being castled. So all I'm saying, after rook c1, it will be somewhat original, right? You can think of these things like queen c7, rook d8, and then some knight e5. I think that was one of the possible setups. You can probably still play the b6, bishop b7, knight a5 line. And white is trying to make a difference with early rook a1 to c1. Yeah, I wonder if after b6, for instance, you can go h4. Who knows? Who knows? Rook c1. Wait a second, and quite possibly this is also the line. C takes, and the check. And then queen d2, it's one of those Grunfeld endgames that somehow look terrifying for black, but in fact are not. Right, and I think I've seen something with king f1 quite possibly. And once again, keeping in mind this h4, h5 ideas, if bishop g4, go f3. So I don't think rook c1 is kind of a novelty or something, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. MVL at least stopped at his track. He's thinking. Because, I mean, very often these guys would blitz out 25 moves, right?
Of course.
Now it's only 10, so in a way. We may talk about early surprises in the opening, right? Let's switch to Giri and Andreikin. Right. Let's see what these guys are doing. Ooh, what a brilliant opening choice. Knight f3, e6, and b2, b3.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's interesting that after e6, apart from the usual d4, almost every, okay, not every, but quite a lot of pawn moves make sense. Like, for instance, g3 is the system. So it used to be played by Michael Adams and such. Yeah, g3, and the point is like, I mean, quite a few points. I mean, one of them being like d5, you take, go d4, and try to play some sort of
Tarrasch,
isolated pawn or reverse Tarrasch or whatever it is, right? One may argue it's an Alapin, but actually without c3, which might be beneficial.
Right.
Okay, so that's one thing. g3, any other pawn move that, okay, h pawn I'm not familiar with, but c3, yes, possible, and then it's an Alapin where black played exactly e6. So it's a little bit kind of restricting black's possibilities.
And c4 probably, right?
Yes, c4 is absolutely a legit line here. Knight c6, knight c3, and then what? Knight f6, and then you have this e5 line with a pawn sacrifice, e5, d4, and so on. You have this, d4 doesn't quite work, I believe, but bishop e2 is there as well. Yeah, bishop e2 you can play. Okay, so that's the c-pawn moves. Then you have, well, actually d3 is an attempt to play the, how it's called, the Kinzidian attack. You can always do this. You can always do this, and interestingly, some people just play d3 on move 2, but that's you know, a bit too modest. After knight f3, e6, d3, I would argue at least there is some logic, because
black already played d6.
Yeah, black played d6, can't develop the bishop. Very often he will go for d5 and then transpose to king's Indian attack. So that's one more line. And then, knight f3, e6, and then b3 to develop bishop on b2. And also, some may argue that b4 is also kind of an improved version. I don't know. I mean, might be an improved version of
2b4.
2b4, which is kind of, how it's called, the Sicilian gambit or something. Yeah, b3 usually the point would be, I mean, like put the bishop on b2, then go d4, right, and still. So it's more of a still playing the open Sicilian. It's just that first white wants to develop the bishop on b2, and then kind of, as they say, in the right moment, he'll play d4. Also, to something like knight c6, you can still switch to b5 line. So bishop b5, e6, b3 is possible. Right. We are to see what, b3, b6. Yeah, that's clever. b3, 6 was considered to be kind of black's, if not best, but the simplest way of
so this is
getting a decent
serious
position.
line.
Yeah, b3 used to be a serious line. Yeah, I'm trying to recall what inspired white to play b. Maybe they were having, once again, as per usual, the crisis in Sveshnikov. Because despite its second, still possible to get the Sveshnikov, right? This, knight c6, knight b5, and then instead of bishop b4, which is also kind of a line, right? You'd go d6, you'd go e5, and so on.
This theory, right?
Yeah, because I remember, at the times that I've mentioned, g3 was played by Michael Adams quite a few games, so it's not like accidentally won. And b3, it was debated, I remember. Then even like someone recommended this b6.
So it's actually forcing white to go knight c3.
To go knight c3, and that was exactly the point. So somehow white is, I don't know, like maybe d is what he would like to do, but then e4 is hanging something. So it was kind of considered to be a clever moves order. So you attack e4 right in this moment, and then and then white has to react. Knight e3. Okay.
But also it's a bit strange from, I mean, you would not expect this choice from Giri, right? Since he is always usually going to some main sort of line.
Exactly. If anything, I would easily see this being with colors reversed.
Yes,
exactly. And Reikin, he is this kind of a guy, this kind of a person that he wouldn't mind like some sideline, get the playable position, let's figure out who's better player. Right, for Giri, most of the time he would have an opening idea like on move 15 rather than move 3. Right, so that's interesting. What I remember that this line, especially the b6, bishop b7, was considered to be super solid for black, and white kind of stopped going for it. So if Giri goes for b3, bishop b2, that means that he has prepared some idea. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not even sure what's the next move is.
Now that bishop is on b7, black probably doesn't want to go d5, right?
Yeah, like go 5 here, I'm guessing white. I mean, also there is a debate at the moment. You give a check, right? But also like just take, go d4, right? And bishop b5, and very often just queen d2 castle.
Right.
Somehow it doesn't feel right. Yeah, I mean, in this position, the bishop on b7 is sort of misplaced, not what it's doing.
Yeah.
And also the fact that black spent a couple of tempi developing the queen side instead of first developing these guys and castling. Yeah, probably suggests that it's not very good. Going knight f6 is not something you would do, perhaps. Okay, I'm not sure. Once again, I just said this, but who knows? Maybe e5, if white goes e5. Something like knight e4 even. And say knight takes, bishop takes, and who knows? Maybe this is playable on the other hand. Maybe this is playable.
Yeah, d4 after c4. I want to take with queen, but actually there is bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop f3, knight c6, and so on. Yeah, it could be one of them. Or maybe just play it in a flexible way. I don't know, knight c6, knight g7 sometimes to g6 and so on. Not to provoke white to go e5.
He's spending... he is about to make a move, okay. Yeah, knight e7.
Knight e7,
right. No, knight f6, you're right.
Knight f6, e5, knight e4, probably that's what he's got. It's also interesting, like one of the key ideas of the 2b3, right, there is such system. One of the ideas would be to go e5 and bishop b2 d6 and block the bishop on b2. So in our system, black already played d6, so he's very unlikely to go e6, e5. And once again, it sort of explains why exactly white went with this moves order. Yeah. Okay, so we'll see. At least it's interesting. It suggests like an early clash in the opening. Potentially a lot of time spent in the opening and so on and so on. So the scenario for this game could be like time trouble round of 13, a very original position.
Right.
That's what we like. Yeah, e5 played. Once again, why I'm suggesting knight e4 and not knight d5, because there is a worry that white's going to play knight e4 in this case, and then opt for knight d6 in some cases, right? Or even c4 and knight 6. So I guess it's kind of safer to go here. Knight takes e4 is not a must, right? You can try this, for instance, and after knight c3, I mean, bishop takes is a legit move, but also you might consider taking with the pawn, going c4 later, queen e2, you know, castles long. That's also an interesting option.
Maybe knight 5 is actually possible, because on knight e4 there is some...
He already went
he went knight e4.
Right.
Okay.
Knight d5, yeah, I mean, 5 is possible, there is nothing wrong.
Yeah.
But as I said, maybe knight e4, all of taking, going c4, d4 is an option. Knight e4 is already played. Let's see. Yeah, it's like after bishop d3, black is not forced to take, right? He can go 5, he can go... I mean, I'm not sure about f5. F5 is perhaps a little bit too optimistic. Kind of playing d5 might work. And then if you take, who knows, maybe knight takes even. Because in all those structures, right, white somehow is slightly better developed, right, and can put a knight on e5, queen e2, and so on. But d4 square is very important. So for white to be really better in this kind of structures, he has to play d4, right?
Yeah.
And it's not very easy to do when your bishop is on d3. Well, actually, when I'm saying all that, could it be that queen e2 is not so stupid? Implying that I still want to take with the pawn. Yeah, take with the pawn, long castle, and c4. I mean, once again, I have no idea whatsoever how this is properly evaluated. Might as well be just playable for black. But yeah, anyway, I mean, that's an interesting position. It's not like one of those boring lines.
It's probably a new position for maybe both of players.
Yeah, quite interesting. Speaking of both players and so on, so it was almost impossible to, to check the stats for all the other players, right? But for the semi-finalists, I think we can do this.
Yes.
Let's see if we have any kind of graphics for that. What's the?
They haven't played each other a lot, I think.
Neither Giri and Draken.
Yeah.
No Rapport.
Okay, Rapport's
MVL.
MVL perhaps a bit more because of these high-level tournaments, but I don't think Draken has played a lot of this top tournaments. So.
Okay, we can see.
We can see.
So Rapport with MVL. MVL leads. So that means 8 games, right? So
8 classical games.
Draws are in the middle. So 0 wins for Rapport so far. 3 wins for MVL out of 8 games. And he's also kind of dominating in Rapid, a little less, right? 2 games, 1.5 half. For Blitz, it's parity after 5 games. And also pay attention to the rating. Funny enough, Richard Rapport, or maybe it's nothing funny, but yeah, I mean, I'm just used to the thought that MVL is closer to 2,800, Rapport is kind of in lower 27s.
Yeah.
So now Rapport is higher rated in classical chess.
Right.
After MVL's, not so convincing performances a couple of years. He is higher rated in Rapid.
Right.
Interestingly. Okay, once again, not by a huge margin, but still. But MVL, of course, much higher rated than Blitz. MVL used to be number 1 at some point.
He used to be number 1, right.
At some point, on few occasions, he was number 1 on Blitz ELO list, and that is with Carlsen and Nakamura being alive. So you can think of it as a huge achievement.
Okay, he's also World Blitz champion, current, right?
Yeah.
So it's...
That's it. All right, so these are all the stats. So, well, I don't think we have to make a lot of conclusions on rating and so on, but having this +3 kind of counts for something.
Yeah.
Right, and yeah, we could also look at the other pair, even though I don't know how many games they've played. I think Andreikin has played Giri in Rapid for sure. I'm not sure about classical chess, but yeah, we do.
We can see
5 draws, in fact. So it's not that uncommon. 5 draws, 1 draw in Rapid.
And no Blitz games.
No Blitz games, which I can't believe.
That's very strange.
Apparently, online Blitz is not included, obviously, right? Because
it might be included. That's why it's very strange, but perhaps not. Yes.
Yeah.
That's very hard to believe.
Yeah. On the other hand, Giri is not playing that much of an online.
Yeah.
Blitz,
right.
Apart from like Magnus Tour, and also Magnus Tour, or whatever it's properly called, Champions Tour, right? We all understand it. It's tournaments organized by Magnus Group. So they do have Rapid as their basis time control. So you only play the Blitz when it's a tiebreak.
When it's a tiebreak, yes.
Right. Right. So once again, Giri is higher rated in every discipline. But if we would have, playing zones online Blitz rating, I believe Andreikin would be
higher. Yes.
Would be higher. Yeah. Okay. So here, an absolute parity. No one's leading.
So maybe we can jump to another game.
Yeah, let's see how this... Rook to c3. Rook c1, c takes d4, c takes d4, queen a5. Managed to guess that. And then instead of going to f1 or whatever, going queen d2, rook c3. Which isn't your usual way of blocking against the check, right? I mean, even like rook c2 to d2, it's awkward, but this is like, you have a red flag and you are, waving it in front of a bull. Yeah, it's just like black must be looking for some sort of tactics here. I mean, I don't know if anything works. Apparently not, since it's played, you can see, 1 hour 33 on
blitzed out, yeah.
Yeah, it was blitzed out, so apparently it's prepared. White's not losing material,
Right.
but still, it's quite a surprise to see such a move.
It might be a novelty also.
Yeah.
I've never seen. So what about rook d8? That's the first...
Yeah, I even want to say, let's sacrifice something, like go bishop g4, f3, rook
rook
rook to
d8,
d8, and then, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Does it fall apart for white? I'm not sure. But looks pretty scary, right? Bishop d4, attacking this. If bishop takes, it's actually possible to take with the rook even.
Yeah.
And then, like, moving the queen c4 is hanging. Maybe queen b3. Queen b3, then, yeah. And if you can castle, then maybe it's not enough, yeah. But your rook d8 is, of course, also a legit move. What I was worried that same kind of queen b3 protect the rook, also attack f7, and then maybe white can, yeah, like dropping f7 is not something you
want to do, yeah.
You want to do. Maybe you could. Maybe you just take d4. So yeah, take here, bishop takes here. I'll have to take, and then rook takes. Now check on f7. It probably should have gone bishop f7 earlier, so there won't be king g7 move. Right? Like after knight takes d4, I could have captured on f7 earlier, so that black would be forced to go to h8. So let's be good and just go to h8 here. Let's be kind. Still, e4 is hanging. White's not castled. Maybe e4 is not such a pawn, yeah, that you care about. Yeah, you actually castle, and it might be the position that I've seen, to be honest. Now that I'm looking at it, it might be the position that I've seen. Okay, we'll see. We'll see later on. But yeah, that's a very, very interesting. That's a very, very interesting opening line.
Is there some other move
for black?
Yeah, other than rook d8.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's Grunfeld after all, so maybe you're not like paying too much attention. Maybe you just do some, I don't know, b5. No, b5, bishop d5, right?
Yeah.
Which doesn't win material for white yet, because the rook is still pinned, right?
Right.
But maybe it's playable. I'm not even sure. b7 or maybe d7 might be not so terrible. I mean, have difficulties understanding such positions because it's a Grunfeld and nobody knows what's the real evaluation here, right? Maybe black is holding like this. I don't know. Not only holding, but maybe threatening e6 and says like everything's fine.
Yeah.
We'll see. Of course, yeah, it's tempting to try to apply kind of early pressure on d4 or come up with some sort of tactic. But yeah, if nothing works, maybe black can just play. Maybe can just play his Grunfeld defense. Okay, and we all will be thinking. In the other game, let's see if Giri came up with something. Not really. Which is a surprise. Like, you go b3, you're aware of b6 being one of the moves.
And then all the moves are very, very natural.
Yeah, absolutely. Like e5, and let's say I have no knowledge about this line whatsoever, I suggested this knight e4 after 20 seconds. So that implies that if, I mean, I can imagine a white going knight h5, and black going knight h5, and then you're surprised, right? Your opponent does this and does it quickly, right?
Yeah.
Or some weird stuff, like goes back to g8, and then, what's going on? I mean, I have to figure out. But knight e4, indeed, I mean, if you looked at this line at all, that's one of the first moves that you've considered.
Right.
On the other hand, might be like some choice for white. And I tend to forget that nowadays you do not prepare one line. So it's not only c5 that you had to prepare against Andreikin. So poor Giri had to have an idea against e5, against French Caro-Kann, and so on and so on. And then quite possibly he said, he checked a little and he said, okay, if he goes e6, I'll play b3. I know a line or two and then figure it out over the board.
No, just the fact that e5 was played pretty quickly.
I agree.
A bit strange.
This is a little bit strange because if you go e5, you kind of know what you're doing more or less after each of these knight's moves.
So knight e4, let's try to understand what white should do. I mean, most natural would be maybe to take, right? Because bishop will not be...
Yeah, knight takes, bishop takes. But then, interestingly, how do we continue? I want to mention one specific thing that if you say go... I mean, I don't think it's a good move to go d3. But just to mention that sometimes, interestingly, this kind of setups work. Knight c6, and you imply that, okay, this bishop is not that relevant. The knight controls d4, right? And you want to play bishop e7, castles very quickly, and then either d6 or f6 even. Like exchange this pawn, it's very hard for white to support it with d4, right? Almost impossible. So these ideas might be like somewhere in the air. Somewhere in the air, like getting rid. It looks like it's a very nice bishop, right? On b7 on e4, but I think it comes well with one e4. I won't be able to, or maybe can I make another move? No. That's a glitch with this board. You can't really alternate move one.
Okay, if you want to show, you can go to Rupert's
game where it was d4. Right? Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to recall. There was a line, or used to be the line in Queen's Indian, b6. You would go. What would it be? Maybe it's just no. Wait a second. b6. You'd go g3 and bishop b7 and no. Maybe not g. Yeah, there was. It was like e4, e5, and then black would go to e4.
I think I know, but the pawn shouldn't be on d4. It might be first move knight f3. Knight f6.
That's the other line. Yeah, that's probably the other line. And now we can't even play knight f3.
Yes. So.
No, but I'm sure it was something from the Queen's Indian as well. But I have no clue whatsoever what could be the moves. Some queen b3. Doesn't make any sense to go queen b3, right? I mean, that's the problem.
Okay, g3, bishop a6, queen b3.
g3, yeah. You're right. Bishop a6, queen b3. And then you would go there, right? And they would go... no. Now I get it. So it's this, knight c6.
Okay.
And then you are threatening knight a5. So that's why they would go knight d2. That's why they would kill knight d2. And then you would play, again, I don't remember, like this. Some move, e4, some move, e5. How is that? I don't remember. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Just want to say that
the idea exists.
Yeah, kind of exchanging on f3, exchanging this seemingly good bishop is not out of the question. Queen e2 played by Giri, so he does trade on a4. He goes queen e2. Bishop returns to b7. After queen e2, one would think maybe
white wants to castle long.
Yeah, maybe castle long is in the cards. On the other hand, one more time. Reminder, no blitz games, only one rapid. It was a draw and then 5 draws in classical chess. Where those two could have played in classical chess, I'm thinking. I think it must have been kind of earlier years when Giri wasn't in the top 10. So now that I'm thinking, I mean, some kind of like build tournament or something.
Right.
This sounds about right. Like so, it could have been round robins, but not the very elite, right? Because Andreikin perhaps never really played any of those.
Yeah.
He did to take part in the candidates in 2014.
Yes.
Andreikin, but that's about it, right?
And Giri didn't play that candidate,
No.
right? Yeah.
He played the famous Moscow candidates when he made 14 draws.
Right, yes.
And people can't stop really make fun of Anish, even though, yeah, nowadays, I mean, he's playing really fighting chess, also wins a lot of games and so on. But,
of course.
But still, people can't stop making jokes about Anish's achievement, lifetime achievement of 14 draws in 14 games.
Right.
But even if you check those games, I mean, there were quite a few games he was winning, there were games he was lost, and yet, yeah, sometimes it just happens so.
No, also I understood actually when Mamedyarov and Yu Yangyi played a few days ago, I mean, people, when they watch the games, they tend not to check draw results, especially on this top level. You check, okay, decisive games, you're like, when you see a draw, it's probably some solid draw, but it's not always like that. I mean, those are very fighting games as well. Not always, but yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, imagine I would not kind of care about the tournament during the tournament. And then I would download the PGN of all the games. What I'm checking first? The results.
Decisive.
Yeah, the results. I mean, exactly. I mean, draw, these grandmasters, they just make like a quick draw.
Yes.
And then you have a draw like Mamedyarov Fashia from the last round, right? Which is sharp, which is like interesting opening.
Yeah.
And then this trick by MVL that allowed him a draw.
Right.
Yes, so sometimes you're missing out if you're not checking draws. Magnus tournaments, you probably do not miss much. You don't check draws. Half of those draws will be Queen E4, Queen D4 in Berlin.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had this discussion a lot about how online chess. I mean, it's good for, on one hand, or kind of one layer, it's good for the game, right? We get more spectators, like more people playing chess. But at the same time, like imagine back then, I mean, I'm an old guy, so back then, you get new games, you discover new games, unseen before, like unknown games of the world champion. And you would be like, wow, okay, Ali Cohen played this when he was, I don't know, in whatever. Nowadays, you discover 100 new games of Magnus Carlsen, and it's his 30 seconds blitz against Ali Reza, where they're exercising in some stupid openings, like one knight h3 and so on.
Exactly. Yeah.
So in a way, it devalues, the games of prominent grandmasters.
Yeah, of course.
It's just that there is nothing wrong. It's just that we have to, our task as the commentators, chess journalists and so, kind of have to educate people so that those are in fact like e-chess or online chess and kind of real chess, the over-the-board chess are two different animals.
Right.
Speaking of long sequences, draws, wins, losses, what's your kind of outstanding result? I mean, since you're
like how many games I
didn't
lose, let's say,
like maybe you remember, maybe you keep some track, like
I really don't
20 out of 20 wins or some sort of.
I actually really don't keep a track.
But maybe some tournaments, like when you won Serbian championship, for instance.
I mean, I always, how to say, I'm not a very I don't have this unique, let's say, style. I always try to be solid, so that's why I always have draws, a lot of draws in the tournament. Let's say I win 4 or 5 games, and then I make draw. I don't have this kind of pushing style, just to win the game. So, I wouldn't really know.
Yeah, that's interesting, I guess. I'm trying to think of, have I ever, or what was the last time when I would win, like play a tournament, win all games?
But it happened, right?
Yeah, it happened, and already kind of on a, I don't know how to say, on a decent level or not so decent level. I mean, once I played in Belgium in an international master round robin, like 2400, maybe less than 2400 average. Yeah. But the fact is, I was already a grandmaster with 26. So it was a strange entry on my part. Like they said, okay, would you like to play? And then it was in between 2 league games, and I've accepted. So yeah, I can brag about, okay, I've scored 9 out of 9, but it's not such a big, not such a big deal.
Okay, still it's really good.
Yeah, it's like TPR wise, like when you look at performance, yeah.
Then it will be more than 3,000.
It's you're a hero. You've played like better than some guys at the Olympiad. But that's not your achievement. That's a flaw in this in the formula.
Yeah, of course.
Flaw in the formula. Well, H4 was played, expanding perhaps, H5, and if given a chance, maybe even H6, Knight C6. I actually do know what kind of similarities we could talk about. There is this move, Knight F6, Rubinstein line of the Sicilian, right? Then Knight C3, I think they are fine playing D5, if I'm not mistaken. So the main line would go this, and then Bishop C4. Some people prefer to play Knight C3 right here, right now, but I think Bishop C4, E6, Knight C3 is the main line. Then how it's done. Knight takes C3, D takes, and in a way it's similar. It's with, like this, Bishop F4. Yeah, those who are specialists in this line, pardon me if I'm kind of completely off with the moves order, but the setup is somewhat like this. The setup is somewhat like this, and then black isn't even terrified if the knight, knight's not moving like this. If the knight's getting to E4 and sometime goes to D6, here they take and still kind of have enough squares for all the pieces. So this could be compared, I believe, to the, at least the material is the same. So the structure is not exactly the same. The D file is not open, right? But the material is sort of the same. The fact that white has this kind of far advanced E pawn. And in that line that I've mentioned, as well as in this position, moving the H pawn forward makes a lot of sense, right? Like in the French defense, like if we imagine the pawn is there, white pawn is on D4, and then very often, once again, H5, H4 is what they do.
So now white definitely wants to castle long, right?
I mean, he kind of says, you look at the position, I'm pushing the H pawn. He doesn't want to castle short. I mean, if I come with sort of loser explanation, because I'm not sure if castle long is such a great move. It's just that you apparently want to do something, you want some action on the king side, right? So once again, H4, H5. Here, I'm not sure how this guy joins the action. Like G3, Bishop G2 is a bit meh, perhaps, right?
Maybe rook also wants sometimes to join from H3.
Like lifting the rook, especially if black is kind enough to castle short, right? So after all, you kind of come to this conclusion, I want to castle long, not because you prefer your king to be there, but that's sort of the only logical follow-up to tie down all the kind of checkpoints of your plan. You probably want D4 at some point, right? I mean, especially with rook on D1. Then if you go D4, C takes, and then there's always going to be a check on B4. So that's why you probably castle.
Not sure if right now, maybe H5?
H5 seems like a logical follow-up. For black, I have to say, black perhaps also himself wouldn't mind castling short. Castling long, Castling short is a little bit too optimistic.
He's about to.
And here I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, because H6 seems like an automatic. Like, okay, the guy has the pawn on H5, now he's going to play H6, so I better play H6 myself. It's not terrible. Let me return to this one. It's kind of not terrible, but this kind of structure, right, or this E5, H5 against H6, E6. It's known that later on, right, there might be some issues if, say, these pawns are getting the end games and so on. Like F5, G5 makes for a pawn break. Right. So sometimes you would think maybe I don't want to play H6. Plus here, it's not guaranteed that after H6 you cannot take. mean, most of the positions where white pushes the h-pawn, the bishop is on c1, h6 diagonal,
yes,
right?
yes, right.
So if you can find something useful to do, like play queen c7, and you get promised by white that I'm playing h6, maybe you can get away with this. Just take it, play bishop g7 later on, or play rook g8, you know. White, yes, gets some, I don't know, some squares, but then, you know, after gh6, it's like, if you can do this, if this is a legal move, right, then you're happy, but the knight's not moving like that. So it's only that f6 square is getting a little bit weak. I'm not even sure that after, say, yeah, after h5, that h5 queen c7, if you go h6, so I wonder if you do something. Maybe you just get the pawn on h5 and then h4 for whatever reason.
No, but if black hustles long, I mean, what will be the white's plan? Let's say black's plan is clear. He wants to play d6 at some point, I guess. Yeah.
Bishop e7 would be the other option, right?
But then h6 is possible.
This is less clear. Because now I don't like capturing. Well, g5, I'm briefly considering, but it seems to be like too extravagant to be true. g5. So I will most likely end up playing g6, right? g5 is...
Even knight h2.
Yeah, like knight h2. Yeah, knight h2, by the way, nice point. Knight h2,
Yeah.
knight g4, block this guy, maybe get to f6 later. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. I want to say that it's not the best scenario for Andreikin. The fact that kind of the game is off the theoretical rails very early on, just move 10. It's too early to speak about time advantage, but clear that's like Giri will not have time advantage on you, and this is what matters, right? So it's like 10 minutes difference for now, or 8 minutes difference, whatever, in Andreikin's favor.
Right.
It's not a big deal, but at least it's not the opposite situation when you're down to 40 minutes, your opponent is on 140.
Right, right.
So that means both playing over the board. The position is not a disaster, right? Okay. Maybe white is better objectively, we don't know, but it's certainly not like your position is falling apart. So perhaps a good scenario.
And do you have some preference over like playing with white first game or playing with black in these mini matches?
For two games, I actually don't know, honestly. Not that I have such a... Yeah, I would have to think, seriously. I mean, I do have, in fact, I did had some experience of...
World Cup, I guess?
World Cup only once, believe it or not. I won with white, I've lost my winning position with black, I've lost the tiebreak. Oh. So this doesn't count. I mean, whenever you lose the match, you say, okay, this doesn't count. Usually... No, actually, now that I'm thinking, I had like every possible experience, like losing first game and then coming back, winning and holding, winning not holding, like never won a second. Now that I'm thinking, never won a second game to win the match, believe it or not. So if I win the match 1.5, I win the first game and then I hold for a draw or whatever, make draw comfortably. I think I won maybe one match I won 2-0. But that's a max. I think I've done it once. But I hardly remember, first was a fighting draw, and then all of a sudden, second game. So I would win the second game to level the score, but never. Yeah. In terms of preference, people say that kind of starting with black is a little bit more convenient.
Yeah, I also think so.
Yeah, because in the second game, where you kind of know what you are doing, you will have the white pieces, right?
Yeah.
So that if it's so the only uncomfortable situation is a must-win situation.
Of course, yes.
And then it helps to be white.
Yeah.
Then if you, by a miracle, win with black in game one, then once again,
perfect
with
situation.
white,
Yes,
it's a perfect situation. Yeah. So arguably, black. Perhaps to start with black is sort of beneficial. until you realize that, yeah, you've lost with black, and then all your mere attempts of playing for a win with white do not actually work. Yeah, but yeah, maybe. It's arguable. It's either doesn't matter, or black is, yeah. I cannot really imagine someone who says, okay, I prefer to start with white, clearly.
No, I actually heard a lot of, I mean, when I talk to people, I have to say that most of them prefer white, at least the ones I talk to, yes. And I always felt a bit strange because I really prefer black, because if you're white first game and let's say it happens that you lose, I mean, second game you have black, so you're always, yeah.
My thought was always this, like, okay, I mean, knowing the result of the first game, it's easy to understand and fantasize. But imagine during game one, you have the white pieces and you have kind of slightly better position. In order to play for a win, you have to sharpen the game up. And then, I don't know, maybe some people are kind of more psychologically stable, but for me, I would always have this back thought that, okay, now I will play a sharp game and I will lose with white and I will have no chance with black game too, right? I will have no chance with black game too.
Yeah.
That, in a way, it resembles this debate of what do you pick with, okay, not necessarily the same, but what do you pick in an Armageddon? Okay, you won the, you know, the drawing of lots, and now you are to pick white or black.
So what do you pick?
I always pick black, always being 3 times only. That's how many Armageddons I've played. I won all 3.
Wow,
I mean,
nice.
Not 3 games, but 3 Armageddons.
Yeah,
yes,
sure.
there have been a couple of draws, and I think
Right.
one I've really won. So
Right.
it's not something kind of to show off, but yeah, I mean, in my case, it was clear, like black and like draws to me sound like much more than a minute and the color. And in fact, I'm talking about the times when you wouldn't have an increment. So now, in most Armageddons, I mean, I'm not sure if in all Armageddons, but you do have an increment starting move 60.
Yeah.
But at least it gives you this insurance, you know,
sure.
so someone would not beat you with like 1 pawn against 1 pawn, opposite colored bishops, and having extra 10 seconds. So you have a chance, you stand the chance to survive, to, you know. Okay, meanwhile, we have some developments here. So h5, knight went to b4, and d2, d3.
Kind of forcing d3.
Yeah. And one may argue that in such, I mean, in view of such development, it could be that h5 is an imprecise move. Because, I mean, if you were planning to castle long, then you probably want d4, not d3, right? Now knight b4 doesn't make sense because I just go king b1. Yeah. Right, but here after knight b4, all of a sudden it's very inconvenient to protect the c2 pawn. You could go d4 here, but apparently there is nothing good about it.
Wow, b5 after d3.
d3, and he goes b5. Interesting. So queen a5 perhaps being on the cards, right? If white goes a3, which is logical, get rid of this knight and maybe castle long later, then maybe knight goes to d5, not back to c6. And then you have queen a5 ideas, you have, in case of a castle long, who knows, maybe c4 ideas. So the fact that you forced a3 or provoked a3 in combination with white possibly castling long, I think it's beneficial for black. I mean, black is probably very happy. Also, you might have like b4 and then get something to c3. Queen a5 looks nice as well. So yeah, b5. We'll see. At least I can clearly see the idea behind this b5 move. Yeah, but that's such a perfect scenario for us. 11 moves, both guys thinking. Brilliant. Brilliant. So at least no quick draw. We won't be left with one game. Or maybe we'll be left with one game, but this game. We didn't check the other game for quite some time. Oof. Okay, so what happened here?
So rook c3.
After rook c3, Maxim spent quite some time, went e5, and after d5 went knight d4. What is this? May I ask? I understand this knight cannot be taken.
Exactly.
That much I know. White cannot castle, because then it's knight e2 with a check and the rook is lost. But some kind of logical move, like queen d2, for instance. What's the problem? Because, I mean, black clearly harmed himself a lot in terms of positional play, right? Like e5 blocking your own bishop, right? Giving white a very strong passed pawn potentially.
Right.
That's you know, so you're clearly relying on some dynamical factors, right?
Exactly.
So you cannot just say after queen d2, okay, now I develop the piece, I play bishop d7.
D7 or c8,
I mean, it might not be that stupid, but still, it doesn't make sense kind of in terms of fighting. So I imagine might be something with f5. I would also look for other moves, yeah?
Maybe queen d2, there is some bishop g4, and then after f3, bishop f3.
Bishop g4.
Not
there is a trick, of course. Yeah, g3, bishop. Bishop f3 and so on.
But it might be possible just to take on d4. Yeah.
Now, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. Trade here. Hang on a second. I mean, it's still sharp, right? b5, bishop goes, rook c8. I'll have to go king d2.
That's not what I want.
Maybe it holds, right? Not so many pieces left. I mean, I have the other rook to join. Maybe it's not that terrible. Okay. So now clearly, like, wait a second, rook c3 was played very fast. I think after e5 you play d5 pretty fast, and that means that after knight d4, Rapport is already thinking for quite some time. And so perhaps the next move and the whole solution in this position is not that simple. Okay, so that perhaps gives us a chance for a quick break, for maybe looking into some ads, looking on beautiful. We had this mini clip about Serbian chess and some of the history. And speaking of the history, in coming hours we'll be talking about some historical stuff. All right, so we'll take a quick break and come back in 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll continue with the semi-finals of Belgrade Grand Prix. Stay tuned.
The group stage of FIDE Grand Prix 2022 in Belgrade has finished after 6 rounds without any playoffs. Endgame in Group B and Santos Vidit in Group C had a great beginning. They were the only ones to start the tournament with 2 wins. The Dutch Grandmaster calmly drew the next 4 games and in a very certain style advanced to the semi-finals. Vidit lost directly to Richard Rapport. The Hungarian Grandmaster also managed to beat his rival in the rematch, and thus he overtook Indian competitor and advanced to the semi-finals with a point advantage. An extremely even fight was in Group D. Tides were falling all the time. We waited for the victory until the 4th round when Maxim Vasilyev managed to beat Alexander Prudki. In the last round, Evgenij and Shakhtar Mamediyarov had to win to fight in rapid tiebreaks, but failed to do so. You lost to Prudki and Shakhtar tied with Maxim. Thus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave advanced to the semi-finals with Richard Rapport. In Group A, two favorites were right from the start, Dmitry Andreikin and Sam Shankland. They tied twice and both won against Alexander Grischuk, so the clashes with Etienne Bacrot were decisive. Only Andreikin managed to defeat the French Grandmaster, and so he qualified for the semi-finals, in which he will play against Anish Giri. Not only chess games were prepared by organizers. A football match in day off between FIDE team versus local players provided a lot of emotions and fun. In the semi-final stage 2022 FIDE Grand Prix Belgrade leg, Dmitry Andreikin will play versus Anish Giri and Richard Rapport versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Stay tuned and watch live broadcast on FIDE YouTube channel every day at 3 p.m. CET.
Svaki korak prestonicom države koja je menjala imena, ali ne i karakter, otkrivao je neku novu šahovsku tajnu. U Beogradu, svetskoj šahovskoj metropoli 20. veka, uživali su svetski šampioni. Najtalentovaniji igrači iz celog sveta stasavali su za najveću scenu, a silno motivisani ljubitelji šaha, makar na 5 minuta, uspevali da ukradu slavu jačim protivnicima. Valjda i zbog toga, nebrojena šahovska armija iz čitavog sveta u njemu se sastajala kao Dunav i Sava, a tako je i danas. Kada bi originalnu i neponovljivu beogradsku šahovsku partiju analizirali od početka, krenuli bi od 1930. godine u kojoj je tadašnji svetski prvak Aleksandar Aljechin boravio u Beogradu i kada je u njegovu čast prijem organizovao jugoslovenski kralj Aleksandar I Karađorđević. Njihova zajednička crno-bela slika nije sačuvana, ali su ostala polja istih boja da se ne zaboravi. Odmah po završetku Drugog svjetskog rata proslavljeni velemajstor Svetozar Gligorić osnovao je na Terazijama šahovski dom. Bio je to početak zlatnih godina jugoslovenskog šaha. Već 1950. na bini velike sale Kolarčevog univerziteta odigran je dvokružni radio meč Jugoslavije i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država. Nastupili su najbolji igrači obe zemlje koje je umjesto table delio okean. Potezi su prenošeni telegrafski, a Jugoslavija je rezultatom 11,5 prema 8,5 izvojevala pobedu nad četvorostrukim olimpijskim šampionima. Godinu dana kasnije, nešto bliže reci, Beograd je na železničkoj stanici dočekao svog Boru Ivkova, koji je iz Birmingema doneo titulu prvog omladinskog prvaka sveta. Na početku druge polovine prošlog veka, turnir Oslobođenje Beograda postao jedan od najjačih na svetu. Priliku da odmere snage sa eminentnim gostima, a često ih i pobede, koristili su najbolji šahisti Jugoslavije. Verovatno i zbog toga reprezentacije Sovjetskog saveza i Mađarske baš u Beogradu često su igrale protiv naše reprezentacije. Za te mečeve vladalo je ogromno interesovanje. 1959. u velikoj sali Doma sindikata odigran je turnir osmorice kandidata za izazivača svetskog prvaka, među kojima je bio i Svetozar Gligorić. Veliko interesovanje publike privukli su 16-godišnji Bobby Fischer, koji je tada postao najmlađi velemajstor na svetu, i Mihail Talj, koji je pobedio na turniru, a zatim je osvojio titulu prvaka sveta. Deceniju kasnije, Svetozara Gligorića je u rodnom gradu u četvrtfinalu prvenstva sveta zaustavio upravo Talj. Razvojem nacije razvijao se i glavni grad, a sa njim i veoma interesantni šahovski život u klubovima, koji su bili pokretači nezaustavljivog entuzijazma. Anegdota u njima bilo je više od odigranih poteza za sve ove godine. Mladi su stasavali uz idole, popularnost šaha kod dece bila je na vrhuncu. Brojne simultanke i još brojniji učesnici slike su koje ne blede. O 1970. godini i Beogradu govori se i danas po čitavom svetu. U meču stoleća sastali su se najbolji šahisti tada neprikosnovenog Sovjetskog saveza i ostatka sveta, za čiji tim su, pored ostalih, nastupili Fischer, Larsen, Gligorić i Najdorf. Sala Doma sindikata bila je mala da primi sve ljubitelje šaha. Mesta nije bilo ni na platovu ispred sale. I tadašnjem gradonačelniku Branku Pešiću bilo je teško da pod otvorenim nebom prati prenos partija. Posle 8 dana spektakla, Sovjeti predvođeni Spaskim, Taljem, Korčarem, Botvinikom i Smislovim bili su bolji za 1 poen, 20,5 prema 19,5. Tradicija ženskog šaha u Beogradu takođe je bogata. 1965. održan je prvi osmomartovski turnir za dame, čija nit nije prekinuta ni danas. Spisak najboljih svetskih igračica koje su na dan žena mirisale ruže u našem glavnom gradu je izuzetno dug. Zajedno sa turnirom rasla je i Alisa Marić, koja je 1991. igrala čak i meč za izazivačicu svetske prvakinje. Na tron se popela kineskinja Xi Yun. O meču pretendenata na svetski vrh u muškoj konkurenciji iz 1977. i danas se priča. Viktoru Korčniju prijao je boravak u našoj prestonici. Sa 10,5 prema 7,5 savladao je Borisa Spaskog. Bio je to neverovatan meč, pun preokreta. Korčnja su posle jedne partije navijači nosili na leđima, a ne jednom desilo se da se pristalice dvojice velemajstora potuku u centru Beograda. Pri kraju 20. veka investbankini turniri privlačili su krem svetskog šaha u glavni grad Jugoslavije. Na jednom od 6 turnira trijumfovao je Gari Kasparov, a na radost domaće publike isto je učinio i Ljubomir Ljubojević. Strast Beograđana prema igri na 64 polja nisu ugasili ni ratovi. Neko bi rekao šta je šah ako ne učenje na sopstvenim greškama. Sigurno i zbog toga u ovom delu Balkana postoji neka nevidljiva sila koja privlači poklonike drevne igre iz celog sveta. Zbog njih, kao i zbog miliona ljubitelja šaha koji će partije iz Beograda pratiti preko interneta, potrudit ćemo se da sačuvamo sve što je bilo dobro u prethodnih 100 godina i dodamo energiju sa početka novog milenijuma. Ne sumnjamo da će radost sa kojom ćemo organizovati FIDE Grand Prix stići u sve delove planete zajedno sa razglednicama ukrašenim crno-belim poljima.
Okay, and we are back with the first game of the semi-finals, Belgrade FIDE World Chess Grand Prix. Right, second hour of play. Not much has changed.
Not much, yeah.
Not much, yes. Raport is thinking against MVL, which we agreed during this break, probably bad news for MVL,
Yeah.
right? When your opponent comes up with an opening surprise, you react, and then you want to kind of counter-surprise him, but if he's thinking immediately after your move, that means...
It means that's not a good move, yeah.
Yeah, this move is not engine stop choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not a good move at all. Right, for Andreikin and Giri, it's just a fresh position. They both perhaps on their own. Yeah, after a3, the knight, in fact, yeah, a3 was played. The knight, in fact, returns back to c6, not to d5, and queen d2. Stopping queen a5 check, maybe. Maybe preparing to develop the bishop to e2, also possible.
Maybe d4 also, so b5 can be hanging at some...
With the bishop, yeah, like with the bishop, not with the
queen, yeah.
not with the queen. Just a move, right?
Just a move, yes.
Just a move. For black, after b5 and returning the knight to c6, I realized maybe maybe queen b6 is a possible idea, so that knight will go to d4 and so on. So in a way, we could speculate that himself, and what's this position? I don't know. Like c4 is probably too much, even though possible, right? So let's say c takes, knight takes. Don't know. Knight e5, b5 is hanging. If you take like this, bishop c5. I mean, it actually looks absolutely fine for black, right? The weakness of d6 is not so important, it would seem. All right. And we promised a little talk, right, to our audience about historical events. It turns out that today is the birthday of Robert James Fischer.
Right.
And interestingly, the hoodie I'm wearing, which is done by Welsh, I mean, I don't know if you can see it, but there is a picture of Robert Fischer analyzing on his pocket set on New York subway. It's a very famous photo. And the reason I wear this is absolutely, I mean, it has nothing to do with me remembering today was Fischer's birthday.
Really?
So there was, I mean, just coincidence. But what kind of a coincidence?
Yeah.
Right. And speaking of Fischer, a lot can be said, right?
Yeah, I don't know where to start, right?
Sorry. Some people still believe him to be one of the greatest of all times. Right, he's very popular still in the United States and so on. And he had quite a, I mean, he had some connections with Yugoslavian chess,
yes.
right? I mean, former Yugoslavia, till such a point that when he came back from, so he won the title, you probably know your history, guys, right? So Fischer won the title, then decided not to play the match against Karpov, therefore lost the title, and then there was a comeback match against Spassky in 1992, and it was played.
But it was not official, or?
It wasn't, yeah.
It wasn't an official.
It wasn't
event.
official,
right.
of course, yeah, because it's already Kasparov who was the world champion,
of course,
right?
yeah.
But they thought kind of, yeah. Fischer played with Spassky, so let's once again organize Fischer-Spassky. Right.
And they played in Yugoslavia.
Yeah,
right,
they played in Yugoslavia. Also, some other stuff which might be related to what we were talking previously about the series of not draws but wins.
Yes.
Right? So Fischer, he was famous for this. I mean, this cycle that he made it to the match with Spassky featured like beating Taimanov 6-0, beating who else? Larsen 6-0, and it was even more. So that makes it 12 games, and then he beat Petrosian in a final, I believe, like couple of games in a row. And so some people would count last games of interzonal, then 12 games he won in the quarterfinal, semi-final matches, and then like start with his match against Petrosian.
Right.
So that would be like a huge number, which I don't remember.
Right.
And also about winning a lot of games in one tournament. I mean, I will have to double check on this, but I believe it was 11 out of 11.
11 out of 11,
in
yes.
US Championship,
yeah.
which, by the way, still has so-called Fisher
Prize.
Fund, Fisher
Yeah.
Fund, Fisher Prize, Fisher
Yeah.
Award. So you would get 64K US dollars. Well, a grand per each square of a chessboard if you can win
nice.
US Championship with 100%
100%,
score.
yeah.
And the price, we have to say, is pretty safe for the last years, right?
So
So nobody
it
ever
never
came.
happened, right?
Nobody ever came close. Yeah, nobody ever came close.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah. So Fischer was quite a figure, right? And then the story goes like Fischer in Yugoslavia is, well, he had, I mean, he'd been in very good
Relation with Svetozar Gligoric,
Yeah.
right? So he is considered to be the strongest Serbian player. I mean, Yugoslavian, but he is from Serbia, so we consider him to be Serbian. And yeah, they actually were pretty close. Now, I don't know the details, but in few interviews, actually, Gligoric was pointing out their friendship. And yeah, they actually played each other also quite a lot of times. Even though age, I think there is a big difference in age. I guess some maybe 20 to 20 years probably.
Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years, right.
20 years. What's interesting, kind of my personal, I don't know, experience. I mean, anyway, I mean, connections with the legends. Like I still was in time to play with Coach Noy a few games, and then you know, I mean, some other experiences. And with Gligoric, it's in a way it's an ironic story. So in 1999. I was playing in a second, or agreed to play in a second league in Serbia, in Novi Sad.
Okay.
And back then, the travel would be like you would take trains from Ukraine and, you know, to first, whatever it is. I think it's Hungary, and then you go through Hungary. I don't quite remember the road. And the thing is, like, I've missed some connection, and I'm arriving late for round one, so I've played from round two. And in round one, we were playing with the team where Gligoric was playing. So basically,
so you were supposed to play with
I was late to play a game against Svetozar Gligoric in 1999.
No.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, could have connected, like, you know, there is this theory of that many handshakes. You know someone who knew someone, and so on and so on. I mean, by facing Gligoric, you actually come close to. So he was from that era. So quite possibly he played, I don't know, with Lilienthal, who played with Capablanca, and you can go all the way backwards to Morphy, perhaps.
But have you met him?
Gligoric? No. No, I mean, he was at this tournament, right? But
I mean, did you have a chance to like talk to him or anything?
Not really. I mean, he was a legend. I was the international master, so obviously, I mean, it's not like he wouldn't talk, but I was too shy.
Right.
Yeah, I was too shy.
I actually met him, which is very strange because I'm not sure what was the year when he passed away. I believe it was maybe 2012 or 13. So I met him somewhere around 2010. I started playing chess, and I remember he said that when he started playing chess, I believe he was maybe 15-year-old. He started very, very late. I mean, especially in these years, it's considered to be like you should be a GM when you're 15.
Yeah, if you're not a GM by the age of 15, you probably should stop, right?
Right, so
do something else. Yeah. But back then it wasn't such uncommon. Like Leonid Stein started quite late, and there have been examples, right? So a young grandmaster would be considered someone who's like in his early 20s. It's a young grandmaster, right? Yeah, those were good old times. Yeah, but the amount of information one has to digest. I mean, it kind of varies, right? Nowadays, we could arguably say there is more information, like opening knowledge, but you have the access by your fingertips.
Right.
And back then, I of mine, because Yefim Geller, a kind of strong Soviet player, when being asked about how much time do you need to prepare, to be ready to play the Spanish with white, and he said, okay, you have to gather information, then you have to analyze it, and so a couple of years. And then with computers, like we've prepared, we were preparing for some tournaments and decided, okay, 2 weeks. We looked at it 2 weeks. And, okay, probably enough. Okay, not on such a high level as Geller, but still.
Of course,
I mean, with the invention of computer and internet and so on, of course, you get information very fast. And then the thing that we discussed a couple of days ago, right? So the lifespan of a novelty. So sometimes it's half an hour, right?
Yes.
Before the game, you check online the other game, and then you see, oh, okay, this guy played this. Okay, that's time to go. Right. Okay, so Andrakin still thinking. We are actually shown MVL, not Andrakin, right? So let's switch to their game. Rapport did play one more move.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2 instead of queen d2 makes sense as well. So now the rook is safely kind of unpinned. The knight on d4 is no longer under pressure, right?
Yeah.
So you may say white's not threatening much capturing on d4, but maybe he doesn't need to. So what he wants is to castle, then maybe move the rook away, then play bishop e3, force black to trade, and he'd be happy. It probably has the benefit of, like, you can't really go. If the knight's on d6, at least the d5 pawn is blocked and so on, right? So
there is rook b3.
Yeah, but here it's just rook b3 and you probably lose. Yeah, the knight's hanging, the queen's hanging.
But white is not really threatening anything. So.
Why? I mean, castle is, it's not a threat, but it's a desirable move, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, to what extent do you have to be fast here? Because maybe, even though we were kind of laughing at bishop d7 and rook c8, maybe that's what you do. Yeah, at some point you'll have to answer the question, I mean, what to do with this X-ray on the queen, right? Because for now, there is no visible threat of moving the rook and so on. Yeah, but one day it might pop up.
What about b5?
Yeah, let's think of it. b5.
Because this a2 pawn can be hanging. I don't know how
b5,
serious.
yeah, like bishop b3. Maybe bishop b3 is what you do. Bishop d3, queen a2. Yeah, that's kind of the point. There is also an attempt to take. I guess now if you take the bishop, it's knight c6. White should be, I don't know, but it looks like white should be better. Maybe still not guaranteed, right? Queen a2, and sometimes it works specifically in the Grunfeld.
Yeah.
Positionally, it doesn't look that great, but maybe if the queen's not trapped, maybe it works somehow. But yeah, I was thinking knight takes d4, e takes d4, and then rook b3, and then queen a2, and bishop b5. And it's a very, very sharp position. Again, maybe just good for one of the sides. I can't judge, right? But it's completely messed up, right? So white potentially has kind of a winning central pawns mass. Like f4, e5, white's winning all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Right? Black, on the other hand, like a5, a4 runs very quickly. d4 in some point might also be valuable. So it's very unbalanced, right? Disbalanced, whatever the word is. Other than that, yeah, like b5, of course, would be one of the moves that you consider.
f5, I'm not really
f5,
sure.
yeah, feels like a little bit too much, right? Also allowing d6 in some cases. Like f5, you probably just castle with white, yeah, and you see what happens next, and then you decide. Like f5 is not necessarily solving all your issues, right?
Right.
Like if you take knight g3, f4, yeah, but it's not really an attack.
Right.
So yeah, so that's black who has to still demonstrate what's the plan. The knight's cool on d4, but what's then? interesting today, both games developing very slowly.
Very slow, yeah.
Right? Like almost 1.5 hours, and only here it's 14 moves. In Giri's case, it's 13 moves. 13 moves, and Andrakin thinking.
And both sides are actually spending time in both games.
Yeah. It's not like someone is very well prepared
yes.
and then causes the opponent to, to be in a time trouble. Yeah, original, fresh, we can say, positions right from the start. Trying to recall, like in my commentator's career, the longest thought of one of the players. There've been, I think once, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like when you're commentating, and probably the experienced viewers know this, there is always a danger of frozen PGN board, so you are not getting updated, right? And then you would think, okay, so if there is no move for half an hour and then 40 minutes, and then you would think, okay, something's off with the digital board. And a couple of times I was in an embarrassing situation. So one was, but I think that back then there were other games running, so I just kept saying that Mamedyarov and Vallejo, that probably something wrong with the board, and then all of a sudden after 50 minutes or so, the move comes. And there was, if I'm not mistaken, it was actually a relatively quick draw, but at some point the player was black. I remember the players involved, I don't even remember the colors, but the player was black spent like 55 minutes. And and the second one was even funnier because it was Shamkir Super Tournament, 16 something, maybe in the 2016, 2017, one of those years. And all the round was finished. And in Shamkir, it has to be said, they have this longer time control. So not 1 hour 30 plus 30, but what's the one? 140, I guess, plus 50 minutes and so on. So, what used to be called 7 hours time control, right? When there was no increment. Right, so everything would be finished. And then you'd have Topalov and Dingliren playing each other. And for, if you do not get too deep in the position, you would think, okay, it's some drawish rook end game. It's a little bit sharp, but it should be a draw and so on. And then the moves stop coming for 50 minutes or so. And the setup was kind of commentator's setup. It wasn't perfect. So now, for instance, we have the video from the playing hall and so on. And back then, I would only have the laptop in front of me with the moves, right? So the stream would have the video, but I would not see it. And then, I'm talking, but I'm left with one game. I'm alone. And then for 50 minutes, nothing happens. So I talk about every other game, how it finished and why it finished so, and so on. But here, nothing happens. And then at some point, I'm saying, okay, guys, I'll probably go for a break because I have to figure out if the game is still on, basically, right? Like, then nobody tells me anything. And Dingliren was thinking in this endgame for like 50 plus minutes. And he calculated some crazy line, and then Topalov fell for it.
So he won.
And he won at the end, And it's not the end, not the end of the story, because, sometimes there are such positions when it's rook against one remaining pawn, and then when you queen, you get checkmated.
Of course.
Yeah. So that was exactly this. That was exactly this. So when you go, let's say, white pawn on e7, and if you go e8 queen, your king is on f8, black king is on f6, so rook h8 would be checkmate, something like that. Right. And I think it was the case, right? So he was forced to play e8 knight. And then Dingliren would win rook against the knight, the position which originally everyone would think, okay, it's just a draw. He would win it. We've checked. It was a draw, but with kind of only moves. And on the way back to hotel, it was also interesting. Dingliren, who used to be maybe number 2, number 3 in the world back then, he says, I was sure position was winning. And I'm coming from the Soviet school. I'm saying, no, it cannot be this. It should be a draw. and it turned out that the truth was in between. So it was a draw, but it
But
was like
only moves, right.
only moves and so on. So I was really genuinely impressed with like how these guys, they see like chances where nobody would expect them to be.
Yeah, interesting.
Right, and yeah, and of course this thinking for 50 minutes when it's the last game for the commentators, it's a disaster,
Yeah,
right?
complete disaster.
Especially if you're doing the thing alone.
Yeah.
Bishop d7 played by MVL. Okay. So now, let's say I'm castling. What's his idea? I mean, at some point, I think he will have to decide something with this opposition. Because yeah, once again, it's not clear if white is threatening anything.
Okay, let's say rook a8.
Like this. Maybe.
Because now I might have a threat of knight e2 and then b5.
Yeah. Could be that this is the pin. Yeah, so this is not so important, this opposition, but rather the c8 rook, pinning the bishop and so on. Could be. And any kind of position like that, a rook, say c1, it's hard to say who's better there. Right, once again, I keep saying about this white's powerful center, but on the other hand, right, the d pawn shouldn't be underestimated. The b pawn might, some bishop a4, and so on. Yeah, it's tricky. Like, as long as white is not on time to do exactly that, to block the bishop, like the bishop is out of the game, then probably white's like close to winning. But f4, that there are always going to be some tricks, like takes on c4, bishop, b5, and so on. Oof. Yes, after bishop d7, white actually will have to come up with something, maybe not even castling, right?
Yeah, if he wants to take on d4, he can do it now.
He can do it now. Can he start by going rook b? I mean, I don't know what for. Rook b3, hoping to take on b7, but rook b3, even queen c7 is annoying. Yeah, like the bishop's hanging, the rook's hanging. No.
Right.
No, probably there is nothing better than just a castle. We heard the thinking. Well, actually, I was thinking: is he considered to be kind of a local player in Serbia, or not really? I mean, he represents Hungary, right? But he lives in Belgrade, so.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say really. Actually, I'm not even sure if he played any tournament here. That's also very strange. Yes. So.
Just stays there.
Yeah, I don't know what would he say on this. That would be interesting to hear.
Yeah. It's not like we shouldn't ask
me.
ourselves. Yeah, we should ask him. Do you consider yourself to be kind of local in Belgrade, right? No, but really not sure. Not that I can see something obvious for so kind of how white has to continue. Knight d4. I'm tempted to say like switch to the king side, but it's so well defended, right? Like rook g3. Can this ever be?
An h4?
Yeah, like rook g3, I don't know where the queen goes, and then like to try to play h4, h5 quickly.
And queen c5?
Sounds a little bit like, like coffee house chess, right? Bishop, this time d3, maybe not b3. But bishop d3, f5 might be an idea already, yeah.
It can backfire.
If b3, still f5 is actually possible, d6 is not, it's... Yeah, I think the whole concept of putting the rook on g3 is artificial. Ideally, I would prefer not to take on d4 now, I realize, right? I would prefer black to take on e2. I'd say I'm castling, and this is what white perhaps normally is happy about. If black takes on e2, which he won't do. Oops, once again, the wrong game. Kind of takes on e2, and then the bishop's passive, and white's probably happy, right?
Yeah, this looks
Bishop
perfect.
d3 or b3, rook to c1, and so on. Still, even those are not easy to win. But yeah, but after castle, as we said, rook c8 with the idea to play b5 in some way. That's much more likely.
Maybe we can check other games.
Yeah.
I saw
Maybe
there are some changes.
well, there is some development. Black is not castling long. This is confirmed. Rook c8. White goes rook h3, and now queen c7. And now he plays queen c7.
He can castle now if he wants to. I'm not sure how.
He can castle. That's correct. Can black still do something? Wait a second. If he castles, could it be that black can play d5 or even d6? Not sure. I mean, point being, of course, bishop f4. So after bishop takes g7, bishop f4 is a threat, right?
Right.
If king b1, then once again, it's not that it's the end of the line, right? As long as black is not entirely comfortable playing e5 because something might be hanging. And now as well h6 is an issue. But yeah, but that develops into a very, very interesting game. Castles long. If not castles long, not clear. But I mean, rook g3 kind of ties black down to the defense of g7, but potentially runs into. I mean, when d6, e takes, bishop d takes is played,
exactly,
and then the rook is attacked, and let's say the other threat would be bishop f4. Then, so rook g3 is kind of one has to be careful playing. You would probably also prefer to, I don't know, to clarify how the pawns are on the queen side before castling. Like if, let's say, if you promise that after a4 you go b4, maybe I'm a bit more comfortable castling now. This guy is not possible to develop into any meaningful way, the bishop from f1, right?
Right.
Some people would say, okay, I developed the bishop by going bishop e2, but it's not necessarily improving the bishop's chances of being useful. d4 is not a move.
Because of
I mean, just
takes
takes perhaps, right?
Yeah.
Just takes, maybe takes with the knight to make sure that the c file gets open, right? Knight takes, let's say bishop takes. Maybe it's possible to play. No, b5, g2.
It feels very wrong somehow.
Like queen c2, and simply winning the pawn, perhaps. I'm not sure I like Giri's position at all, to be honest. Somehow white sort of getting stuck a little bit on how to proceed.
Okay, let's say some rook g3. I mean, what is black's
what black's doing? Yeah,
that's also very questionable.
Maybe still knight d4.
So knight d4 actually might be some sort of a threat. That's why he played queen c7. I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
No, bishop takes, and then
queen
okay,
c2.
7 is hanging. Yeah. Take here. The white should probably trade, because otherwise b3 is hanging. So trade on c2, and then in order to claim any kind of advantage, to take on a7. Then it's a question, what kind of position is this? Maybe it is an advantage after all, because black also kind of exchanged some pieces and is left with rook on h8, bishop on f8.
Yeah.
So knight d4 is perhaps not what you want to do now. Yeah. Let's say rook g3. What else? h6. Meh. Moving the d pawn is too much, yeah.
A6.
A6.
To have a threat of
Yeah,
knight d4.
just to defend this, just in case. Yeah, sometimes knight d4 will be. Yeah, one more time. My h6 is actually just trying to say that white runs out of moves sooner or later, right? And if he castles, once again, I want to play d6 or d5. Bishop takes, hitting the rook, and also threatening bishop f4. Rook g4, and maybe we go on. Who knows? It's a little awkward position. Yeah, I'm thinking what's...
They're same on the time. It's very
Exactly. Yeah, it's very rare, right, Teodora? It's trying to recall. No. In our tournament, like it's other much later when let's say move 20 and they both blitzed out, then they start spending time. Or it used to be like one guy is better prepared and then the other falls behind on the clock quite significantly. And here, it's almost like they're competing with each other. Yes, I will spend not more than 10 minutes, and then, okay, if you spend, so I will spend as well. And we can only wonder by what move it will be a time trouble, right?
Exactly,
So
yeah.
like 20, 25, it's very likely that they will reach some, some stage of time deficit. One of those strategically complex, kind of not even the positions, but the structures. So it's hard to imagine this structure becoming quote unquote normal. And by normal, I mean the position where you have the open file, let's say, and immediately, at least it's immediately clear where your pieces want to be.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I mean, it doesn't make any sense what I'll be doing, but let's say d6, d4, de, de, yeah? Brings us an open file in the position, then okay, I want my rooks on the d file, white says the same, white knows that the knight has to go here, and so on, right? But with those, like all 8 pawns on the board, and you never know, maybe one day black will go f6, right? Or something. Sometimes f5 is the move, just like gain a bit of space, stop, kind of get control over e4 so the knight's not getting to e4.
Right.
By the way, speaking of knight getting there, can it be that I go queen f4 to protect it, and then I want to play knight g5 with the tempo attacking f7, and then get it to e4 and have knight d6 check. As a move candidate, queen f4 might not be that terrible. And then one of the things to consider is actually f5, right? Because now you can't take, it's pinned. F5 and again, who knows what's that? G4.
Yeah, maybe h6 actually there. Makes a lot of sense.
After that, just to go h6 to stop knight g5, right? And if white goes knight d2, then already you would have knight d4. Or f5 here, right? With the kind of waiting for white to go knight d2, then going f5.
Right. Also, after queen f4, there's always some queen a5, which is annoying.
Yeah. There is this check as well, and it's not clear what you want to do. Yeah, so Giri is not very comfortable, it seems. Because he's a very good player, and he knows the classics. Once again, if we are talking about typical plans, right? I mean, he easily comes up with moves. So here, it's not like the position is tactically complex, right? There is no tactic yet because kind of forces do not interfere with each other for now, right? So it's more about.
But it's a very unique position. I mean, it might be possible that he never faced this structure also in his games. It's very, very unique.
It's also a little bit strange that, I'm thinking about this bishop on f1, and not only it's not perfect now, right, but
how can it get better?
Yeah, it's like, it's an interesting experiment that sometimes, when I was giving lessons or so on, I would tell my student that, okay, think of it like this. You have this bishop in hand, and where do you want to put it? And sometimes you understand, okay, there is no such square, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here probably on e4.
E4, right,
Probably
yes.
on e4, but come on. And then, yeah, and the next step is like, find me a route how the bishop gets to e4. It probably doesn't, realistically, right? So you'll have to play bishop e2, move the knight away, somehow survive black playing knight d4. Right, and sometimes there would be like the pawn on f5, you know, and even like having it in hand, you realize that there is no square on the board that you want to put it into.
It's
For black, I think a few next moves might be bishop e7, h6, perhaps still, right? And on the other hand, the moment you play bishop e7, especially with combination, in combination with h6, like a rook g3, and then, yeah, okay. So let's play stupid move. h6, another stupid move. This is not what white's gonna do. Just what I want to say. So if black does these two moves, h6, bishop e7, then after rook g3, it's once again, it's very unpleasant question, right?
yeah.
Castling short
It's not
loses,
possible, right?
and even if, say, if not, still like castling
Yeah.
into rook g3 is not the way you want to protect the g7 pawn.
Maybe king f8.
Yeah,
That's
like
not what he
sometimes-
wants to do, right?
Sometimes even king f8 is what they play,
Yeah.
like in French
In
defense
French, yeah.
and so on. Okay, we'll see.
Also, maybe white can go h6 now. I mean, maybe this is the last chance to sort
Okay,
of.
to play
right,
h6,
yeah.
pawn takes, and then, for instance, castle, right? And say, yeah, now there are some weaknesses, right? Bishop g7, you at the very least you have rook h5, or you can protect this guy and then hope for rook g3.
He actually did play castle.
He did play castle long, where I was saying something about moving the d
Yeah,
pawn,
yeah.
but also there might be cases for knight d4, you know.
Pawn on h3
Knight
is
takes,
hanging.
pawn takes, this is, oh, sorry, this is hanging.
Yes.
If you play f4, I think black is in time to defend d4, like more or less easy, right? Bishop c5 and so on. So it feels like it has to be taken twice. Bishop check. Then, I don't know, king b1, once again, pretty forced. And then something.
Yeah, but now when a5, a4 comes, it feels more dangerous for white since he doesn't have this
Yeah.
a2 pawn. It's a bit tricky.
Once again, like central pawns against flank pawns. The discussion, right? I mean,
Yeah.
one may say, okay, white potentially has great center, but not when your king is on b1
Yeah.
and black is about to start opening files. Okay, castle played, Undraken thinking.
Knight d4 is a very serious
Knight d4
move, yeah.
is an option, yeah, of course. Knight d4 is an option.
But also knight d4, if I take, then e5 is going to be hanging. Yeah, I thought just takes and maybe rook h4 to try to...
To take it in a more convenient way, yeah. But then black at the very
Yeah,
least
bishop
has this
c5.
bishop c5 and
Right.
so on. We'll take the d4 pawn later.
Yeah.
So now Undraken will be thinking. And we can check the other game. Okay, some developments here. Bishop d7, knight d4 played, and rook to c1. Queen a3, queen b3, and swapped on b3. And for that, Rapport spent quite some time. So the position simplified. Who does what? It's not necessarily clear. Still, very unbalanced. Maybe depends a lot on next few moves. Like rook c7 perhaps being a threat.
Yeah.
So rook c8 is one of the moves. Rook e8 might be the move as well, like f3, f5.
Yeah.
But that's also not that easy.
Actually, I like rook e8. Rook e8, f3, f5. Is it possible?
Which one?
Rook f8.
f8,
Yeah.
yes, so not to run into any kind of bishop b4, right? Rook e8, I guess f3 is something that I need to do.
And f5.
f5, don't know, rook c7.
No, I might have fe4.
Yeah, I was thinking so. fe4, if rook captures bishop, there is this discovered check, right?
And there's king d1.
King d1, you take g2, and
Yeah,
there is
yeah.
rook g1. And also, you know, when you consider this kind of tactics with intermediate moves, you should look intermediate moves for both sides, because after rook c7, fe4, d6 might work.
Right.
So check, bishop e6, d7, and white wins material, right? And if king goes away, then after that, right, white can block on a7, which wasn't previously possible. Yeah, it's interesting how, like, you know, this typical tactical patterns, like the more we know, the easier it's to see the things. That's why when people ask, I mean, how much should I spend to learn this? How much should I spend that, right? You never know. It's like there is a very limited, in my opinion, once again, I might be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a very limited possibility to systemize chess knowledge. As much as we want to, as much as we write, you know, articles and sometimes books on positional play or classifying some tactics. Yeah, there are things that are more typical than the others, like double attacks, right, and knight forks and so on.
Yeah.
But, well, some specific patterns, if you haven't seen it, I mean, it's very good, very hard to come up with.
Yeah.
And yeah, so basically what I'm saying is like any kind of tactical alertness as well as positional understanding comes from a lot of experience, and then it goes on subconscious level, and then it becomes intuition, right? And then you look at it, because probably everyone noticed, like on this level or the other, right? There would be a guy in the room who would look at the position and immediately say, okay, there is something, and then you analyze, and indeed there is something. So how those people, how they know, right? And probably comes from experience, which sort of digested and became intuition. And with all that being said, after rook e8, maybe rook c7 is actually annoying, yeah? I mean, f3, f5, and say rook c7. If fe4 you can't play, then what? This. And then I might take this guy. And after bishop a6, I think about like sacrificing an exchange somewhere. I don't know what for. Maybe I don't need to sacrifice an exchange. Maybe just d pawn is very strong, right? d6, king goes, and then bishop g5 or d7. Maybe black is just not in time to take this guy. Yeah, given d7, rook d, bishop a5 or g5.
But
sorry, my rook is. I keep forgetting my rook is hanging. No, rook e7. Okay, this is the way. Rook e7.
And then defend the pawn.
Yeah, the pawn is defended. Yeah, if you trade, maybe you win it back. I don't know.
So bishop b5.
Rook e8 or bishop f6, right?
Bishop f6 is my.
Yeah, like bishop f6 might be.
Bishop b4.
Once again, white threatens bishop f7 or bishop a4,
but then
right?
This is lost.
Yeah, right. The problem is that after this, there is, you attack the rook, right?
Right.
You attack the rook.
And there are so much things to calculate.
Yeah, it didn't get any easier, right?
Yeah.
I thought, let's run away from Girian and Draken game, so it will be easier to talk about this position. And it's not. No, but that's the thing with MVL and his Grunfelds, that none in the world can tell what happens in those games. There are, in reality, there are Grunfeld specialists I think Jan Nepomniachtchi,
Yeah.
Peter Svidler,
Right.
those guys. Yeah, I mean Magnus pretty much any position, right?
Yes.
Any position, Magnus is an expert.
No, but for such an opening as Grunfeld, I think it's a huge plus if you start playing it from childhood, right? Because of this intuition. I mean, such an opening that you really need this intuition for such moves because you can't calculate all the lines. So it's, yeah.
And yeah, sometimes I'm getting, surprised with the fact that they actually don't know. There is a common belief so that Grunfeld specialist is a rare animal that remembers all the lines, and therefore you shouldn't enter Grunfeld against.
But isn't it like?
But sometimes no. And I remember like MVL himself being tested in like some specific sharp lines. He tends to forget. And I know a lot about Svidler. I mean, who's kind of sort of we talk a lot and so on. Close friends in a way, right? And he's known to be doing courses on Grunfeld and so on, right? And then like while playing, and especially after the game, he says, "Oh, okay, probably I've seen this position. I don't remember what the move is, right?" But when you've learned all the ideas, when you have the feeling for such positions, sometimes even the random moves you're making is better than my guess after half an hour of thought.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Right.
And it's since it's such a variety of different structures and so on, you can only learn when you've started a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, if we do not allow rook c7, and that probably means one of the rooks to c8, probably this rook, right? How does white continue in this case? Can we? Yeah, I mean castle obviously, but I'm kind of getting ambitious. I want to say, can we connect the rooks like this, like king e2,
Bishop b5,
bishop b5, and
king f3.
King f3, right? And then if one pair of rooks is getting swapped, I'm not too worried about this king, right? Like f5, I should always have some d6. King goes, take on c8. I don't think the king is in any danger.
In any danger, yeah.
It seems, like the king would be exposed on f3, but who knows? Maybe it will. It's a check. King goes, and then you say, okay, I go this, I was thinking, but even bishop b4 in this case. Trying to win an exchange.
Yeah, just bishop b4.
Chess is hard. Yeah, bishop b4, I'm not sure if it's, once again, if it's the end of the line, right? It's like this is possible.
Oh, this looks...
Bishop f8, fe4.
King g3.
Yeah, king g3, and you take with something. I don't want to allow d6, king h8, right? So maybe I take with the bishop, strangely. I'm giving up on, checkmating the king. That would be rook takes, right? But bishop takes, d6, I can go here and the pawn falls.
Yeah.
Right, if not d6, I will play bishop d6 next move. Actually, I kind of like it for black.
Yes,
Now that I'm looking at it, I kind of like it for black.
And also the moment I push f4, there are actually two connected pawns. Because f4 feels like natural to secure my king, because it feels safer.
But then those pawns, and
yeah.
And it's very often, again, you see the open file, you think, okay, then any kind of exchange sacrifice is stupid, rooks will be strong. But like if black puts the bishop on d6, you don't have that many squares to penetrate with the rook, so it's not that scary anymore. 37 minutes, come on.
Wait, this line was after a8, right? Or after f5, the one that we checked?
King e2, ac8. It was ac8,
AC8?
I thought, yeah. King e2,
King e2, right,
and then check on b5 and king f3, and I thought, okay, maybe now we go rook e8, so that we don't want to trade anymore. Rook e8 kind of is clear intention to go f5, which white has difficulty stopping. Maybe bishop b5, but bishop b4 is just stupid. Maybe white has to care about his king, like play g3.
Maybe there is some a4. There's bishop d3 also. Right?
Yeah. Bishop d3 is kind of part of the story. So
Yeah.
might be, might be kind of a threat.
So then maybe white should just castle, but
instead of king
e2.
e2, yeah. But if he castles, again, not that I have a logical follow-up to this phrase. If he castles, then what? Then he castled, and his king is on g1 rather than e2.
So let's say if all rooks are off the board, rook c8, rook c1, rook c1, rook c8, is it in white's favor or?
Might still be like very time sensitive. Like if white gets this and this, then he's better, right? If he doesn't,
Yeah.
like bishop a4, you'll have a6, b5, yeah? Start with d6. You actually win this pawn by going bishop e5, yeah?
But
No, not
bishop
really,
e4,
bishop
yeah.
b4. But maybe you still do this, and then bishop b4, some a5. I don't feel like black is in any danger, to be honest. I think, yeah, like if you move, there is already b5, and then b4 is that if this, maybe this.
Yeah, this is better.
So it's a little bit trickier. And then g3. I mean, I can even play it slower. Bishop d7, g3, g5.
Yeah.
There won't be any f4. So even like getting rid of all the rooks doesn't make it easier for us to understand.
Right.
So MVL keeps thinking.
He did make some moves.
Rook a e8. All right, yeah. All right. What for? We decided this is not good.
No, we just said some
Because
bishop
of
b4.
some bishop b4, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe like f3, f5 bishop
Yeah,
b4.
yeah.
But then, since we know that exchange sacrifice is possible, at least in some positions, let's try. So bishop b4. And yes, we know that black can try to save the rook, right, by going rook f6, and maybe it's not even bad, but somehow still it feels strange, right? So if anything, I would think fe4 is what black is supposed to do. Let's say I'm taking and it's a check. Once again, how do you wrap your head around it?
King f2.
King f2, let's say, yeah, and at the very least, yeah, king f2, maybe rook takes this time.
Takes on f3.
Takes on f3. Yeah, perhaps it's not enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Looked that this king would be weak, but yeah, like rook c7 and d6 check and so on.
Also, there might be no need for this. Actually, after this rook f6, I didn't really see
Yeah.
the follow-up for white.
So rook e8, f3.
Now f5 is the only
F5,
logical
yeah,
move,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Bishop b4, rook f6. Yeah. Also, we tend to forget about this thing to start with.
Again, fe4 has to be calculated.
Yeah,
I
but
guess.
now maybe you can, yeah, fe4, check. This. No, still it still works for white, right? I'm
Yeah.
taking, I still have rook e7 after this, rook g1, and not much.
Right.
And even e7 pawn survives if you take and go rook e8. There is bishop g5. Bishop f6 maybe. But still, doesn't matter how many pawns black has, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as d6 survives, that's almost winning. All right, so now the ball is on Raput's half. Now he will have to come up with some. Yeah, that's once again those games. Like, and imagine, like they reach move 30, and it becomes a draw. And people who look from the database, they think, oh, okay, again,
Very
these guys,
solid, boring.
yeah, you check like 3 moves. It was a Grunfeld. They knew everything. And you would not feel the tension when it's only felt when the game is actually played, right? And you see that a lot of sharp calculation left behind the scenes. And yeah, so sometimes even those like shorter draws, you don't know. Yeah. Especially if you don't have the time, kind of the timing players spend on each move, right? You don't have.
Of course.
Because nowadays there is such option that they will know everything and can easily say that this is the game that is played. Both players invest their energy in tries to find the best moves. F5, so now it's critical, right? Now it's critical. What would be my other thoughts about this?
It feels like white. I mean, white doesn't have a lot of options, right? So maybe bishop b4 looks
Bishop
like.
b4, rook c7.
Rook f6, you mean? Rook
No,
c7 is an
rook
option,
c7,
right?
yeah, rook c7 is an option. Now
Right.
I was kind of thinking, with the inclusion of d6 at some point, like how bad it would be if white, let's say, castles, fe4, fe4, and white loses the pawn. It's not clear, right? I mean, it's white's going to have this d pawn very far advanced, and black's extra pawn is actually like if you divide. Maybe let's
Show it,
castling, black takes, and somehow I don't know, go d6. Once again, e6 is not possible or dubious because of d7. Let's assume the king goes, and something like that happens. Rook f1, rook f1, rook e4. So here, who knows? Maybe white's winning after rook f7. Yeah.
Yeah.
And logically, I mean, what I'm trying to explain once again how I would be thinking, right? Yeah. So we have two kingside pawns each. We have like strange passed pawns which somehow swapped sides with each other, right? Infiltrated through, like it used to be d pawn for white pawn, and then they kind of went through each other. And then black's extra pawn is the b7 pawn. So this is how I would mark it. And then I would ask myself how relevant the extra pawn is in this specific position, right? And if it's a passed pawn on b2, I would say, okay, I'm a pawn down.
Of course,
and it's about to promote. Here, I would believe that there can be something because the extra pawn is not felt yet.
Yeah.
And that being, even if there is like no straightforward line. So, I mean, let's just play this position where, when I'm down a pawn, but it's not threatening for now. Here, I cannot really allow myself to stop calculating because, rook f7 and you go on and go on.
Right.
So one of the options, I mean, if white doesn't find, like rook c7 doesn't work and what else, bishop b4 doesn't work, maybe white can just castle. And then once again, there is no guarantee that black has to go for it, right? He might say, take on e4, play bishop e5, try to cover c7, block d6, and so on. And all that, I mean, it's easy to talk, but decide between the two, calculate everything. It, of course, requires a lot of patience, precision, and a lot of time spent on the move. Let's go to back to the position with the queens. Rook c7 played. So apparently it works for white somehow, or Rapport believes so.
Yeah.
Rook c7. We'll see. We'll see. This little, the little text of the game that you guys don't see on your screen, but that allows us to switch between the moves, like here, 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 and so on. The moves are marked as in used to be on this chess bomb or whatever, right? The red moves being bad moves. And it kind of suggests that a couple of last moves for black were not ideal. Once again, no variations and no certainty that this is correct, right? Because sometimes sometimes the engine would mark moves as red while not having kind of, I don't know if you can say so, not thought enough, right? I mean, engines, they are not thinking, they're just, but anyway, you
course,
get the idea. So it will be depth 14, it would say it's a bad move, and then later on it would change its opinion.
Yeah.
But there is a chance that this rook e8 and f5 wasn't, it's very, you know, in terms of ideas, kind of, it's very logical, but maybe not the best, the best reaction. Position with the queens, Giri and Andreikin. The queens are there, yeah, queens are there. After queen c7, castle long played, and knight a5. Knight a5 not being the first move you would think of. Knight a5.
So he's trying to play for c4?
c4 perhaps, yeah. I don't think, yeah, like knight b3 is not what you want to do. Bishop f3, rook f3, knight c6, back. Attacking e5, wanting to jump to d4. Knight g5, okay, now we are talking. White also wants something, like queen f4 maybe. Queen f4, f5 though, right?
Yeah, queen f4, there is always this f5.
More or less always f5. So now the question is, like, how serious is Black's intention to play c4 or whatever he was trying to do?
Yeah.
And also, both guys down to roughly half an hour.
Yeah, this will be a time trouble.
Yeah,
sure.
this will be a time trouble in this game, and I mean, quite possibly in both games.
Yeah.
But here, it's much more complex. It's only one pair of knights being exchanged. All 16 pawns being on the board. Not a very common scenario.
So after c4, actually, this rook on h3 is doing pretty nice job.
Yeah. So like takes over there.
And then c3 is not a threat.
C3 is not a threat. CB is a threat, but like you can go b4, right? And then that's. I mean, it actually does look good for
white.
For white, yeah. I want to ask if h6 is played. What Giri is planning. Because the position is certainly not good enough for knight takes f7 to happen. Back to f3 perhaps is strange. The knight is hanging, so it's knight e4, right? It's knight e4, and then.
This is very strange. Takes.
Yeah, I mean this is what you'd be thinking of. Takes, and then c4 is an option. Even like a7, a6 is an option, right? Because this isn't ideal.
Maybe f4.
Yeah, f4. On the other hand, like white has all the pieces playing, right? And for black for this rook from h8 to enter, it's like you have to play bishop e7, castles, and then you connect the rooks. But do you really want to play castle, right, with all the mass of white pawns being on the king side? Yeah.
So bishop e4 is not probably good.
Yeah, h6, but then h6 is probably not needed. Kind of the whole idea was, right, we go h6, knight goes, and maybe force it and go c4. Okay, that's something to discuss. c4 and then but then knight d6 is strong, right?
Takes.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, g7.
a5 is also hanging.
Also a5 is hanging. Right. So yeah, like you can't take with the queen because queen a5.
Yeah.
Oof. And here as well, like the engine, the inbuilt engine, criticizes last few moves for both players.
We're not 100% sure if it's correct, right?
Yeah. No, but I actually like it this way. So we are not using engine analysis, engine move suggestions, but kind of to have a rough idea of what engine thinks about last move. Like this possibly wasn't the best move, and that's enough of information I want.
Right.
Ooh. Okay.
So what about c4? Because c4 we said we can just take and play.
Yeah, well,
b4.
I mean we could look a bit further in this, right?
Because that's the only idea after knight a5. Why would black play it otherwise?
Yeah, there's knight a5. Yeah. For some reason, I still kind of don't like it. And you can go h6 here, honestly.
There is some knight b3. Ah, but it doesn't work, yeah.
Yeah, knight b3
Knight
he'll
b3.
take, and even rook c3 is possible.
Ah, rook c3, right, yeah.
No, but
That's
I was
nice.
thinking maybe h6 now, so that the knight can't really go away, right? Knight f3, c3 works.
No, but we can take on f7 probably.
Ah, this time
Yeah.
you can take on f7 and take here. And it's, oh no, you can't take here because I'll take and go king e8. And b7 is yet protected, the knight on a5 is still alive, right? King e8 attacking the rook.
Yeah. So instead of queen d7, we
Yeah,
have to
instead of
take on
queen
a5.
d7,
Yeah,
king
yeah.
f7, take on a5. And then again, who knows what's that? Bishop d5 apparently to block the d file. Probably still good for white, yeah, probably still good for white, even like check and take the bishop and so on. But it's getting sharp, right? It's getting much sharper than it used to be.
And actually, he did make some move, I think. Knight g5 is him. No, he
Giri
didn't,
played
he
knight
didn't.
g5, yeah, and Draken's below half an hour on move 16. It's move 16 for him to play. It's very uncommon. Like 2 games developing at the same pace, and it's a very slow pace.
Yeah.
That's interesting, almost like it would be Grishuk spending a lot of time. I'm still sad for Grishuk, like, I mean, it's fine one doesn't qualify, it's only one play out of the group, right? But
Yeah.
for him, like, having such a terrible start, 2 losses is something not what you would expect.
Maybe your d6 is an option.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But d6 or just d5?
d5 I didn't like because it allows rook f3.
Yeah, you're right. Rook f3 attacking f7 again. Yeah, but the fact with d6...
I also don't like d6 because there's
Yeah.
always some h6 and so many things to consider.
Yeah, like you don't want to be opening this diagonal voluntarily, right?
Right.
It's not clear what black has to do. I still think it has to be with, like, I mean, knight a5 is too much of a, like you're almost telegraphing, right? I mean, knight a5, I want to play c4. I mean, that's the only idea basically I have in this position. Well, bishop d5 could be, now that I'm thinking, okay, one has to consider bishop d5 and as brutal of a threat as bishop takes b3, plus of course supporting c4, right? Like
Yeah.
the d file blocked kind of extra protection.
Yeah.
f3 square we still control, so no rook f3. Queen f4, black has f5 still. This is pinned, right? So maybe bishop d5.
Let's say king b1 and then
Yeah, king b1 not to run into
Yeah.
any of those. And then let's say we go here. But still, again, c4, and you take, and you go b4. Maybe a better version. Maybe it's a good version.
Yeah.
In fact, knight c6 attack this, and then a5 someday. It's very sharp once again. So far, we never managed to get to black king, but it's not too far away, I believe. Somewhere like, wait a second, queen f4 now. Threatening it, now f5, rook d5. White probably is happy.
But after queen f4 there is f6 also.
f6,
Yeah.
a move with the tempo. Yep, fair enough.
But I like bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5 might be an idea. Ooh, 26 minutes left. The weather, you know, like the weather here in Belgrade is like everyone's sleepy. I'm sleepy all the time.
Not very inspiring.
Could it
yeah.
be that players are sleepy? No.
I mean, they're also not coming from some, amazing sort of
locations.
locations,
Right? I mean,
yes.
so it's not uncommon.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
them.
yeah.
No, but seriously, sometimes you dependent on the weather, like, and one tends to spend more time under certain weather conditions, but here it has nothing to do, I believe. It's just that the positions in both games are too complex and so on.
But I also heard from a lot of people that they prefer to play when it's cold. I don't know if it's
like
true.
Summertime. You mean like when it's too hot?
Yes, that's very annoying.
That's really tough. And these are like elite super grandmasters, so on. So they probably used to play in the round robins, air conditioning stuff.
Yeah.
To me, like if it's too hot in the playing hall, I immediately think the tournament is not very important. Because it kind of, it's too hot, so it's a beach, it's some open tournament in Greece or Turkey,
Spain,
whatever, Spain, yes. And you cannot really concentrate too seriously. So in a way, you're right, Yeah, we don't actually have, we do have from time to time the camera from the playing hall, but still, I'm afraid it does not reflect, how comfortable they are, because this is, like they play on stage which basically was built for, it was set up in such a way specifically for the tournament. Okay, so Dmitry thinking, just quickly gonna check Raput and MVL, bishop b5, yes. So now, what I was saying, okay, maybe take over here, then in the right moment, go d6, go rook e7. It also kind of sharpens up. Move 20, this game move 16 even. So Girian and Draken kind of lugging behind.
And they're following each other on the clock. It's very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Like one guy goes to. You've paid attention. It was 45 each,
exactly.
then like 40 or below 40 each. Now Raput is first to go below 30 minutes. The moment he makes a move here, okay, a4, by the way.
I actually mentioned this, or in some other position, there's always bishop d3. I think we sort of checked this a4.
Right, okay, a4, but wait a second. a4, bishop d3. Maybe White's idea never was to take. Maybe the point is that he wants to play this, force the king away, and then play d7. And the bishop's not here, right? So, let's say rook d8.
Maybe on bishop is, not now, but...
Bishop, you never know. Bishop g5 might be an idea, right? Bishop f6, I take, go e5 and say I'm winning, and it might be right.
Yeah, here.
Actually, e6 is happening.
Yeah.
6 is happening. So if bishop, this is serious. Let's check. d6 check.
King h8 force.
King h8 force. d7, also like rook e5 is nothing. Rook e7, bishop b4 at the very least. So rook d8, bishop g5. For a moment I thought maybe you do this, but then white can take, go here, or even not go here, just take e4. Yeah, it's an extra exchange for
d7 pawn. No.
Yeah. Rook c8 exchange and take on e4. It's like black is dreaming of making a draw, so it cannot be what MVL was planning. Any tactical tricks there? Yeah, bishop e5 perhaps have to mention doesn't really work because check and then take the bishop. So this intermediate doesn't work. Bishop a6 is not much different.
Then bishop d3, right?
Then bishop d3, yes. So you can try to do the same, d6, d7. Maybe he just kind of misplayed everything.
But this a4 might be a very key move. It's also very possible.
Disturbing the bishop. Because, maybe that's the last moment when kind of black doesn't have any squares on this diagonal, and if the bishop leaves, then really kind of forcing direction d6, d7, and so on.
Yeah, fe4 never works, right?
fe4 we kind of agreed it doesn't work. Maybe we will have to check again. So check here. Still, blocking with the rook doesn't make any sense. And I take e3 is never serious, right? So the only thing that can work is this check, but then rook e7. Yeah, the pawn's not promoting. There is rook g1.
And it's a piece.
Yeah. Now I'm really thinking.
It might be lost. I mean, it's not
surprising. Yeah, like move 21 in the Grunfeld. Maybe not surprising. Maybe not surprising. Just that you wouldn't expect him to get in trouble. But yeah. Richard actually impressed me. I have to say. Actually impressed me. This 12 rook c3, kind of a new idea.
Yeah.
And perhaps MBL didn't react in the right way.
And it will be his first win against MBL.
Yeah. So we've checked it, right?
Yeah.
It'll be the first win. And here, coming back to this discussion, like what's better to have white pieces, black pieces, better to
win the first game.
Yeah, better to win the first game, exactly. Like one might say he'll have, white pieces to try to level the score, but it's extremely hard. Like nowadays, everyone is very well prepared. And I don't know if you would agree or not, but first you prepare with black pieces. I mean, when you analyze openings, first you want to be like super safe with black. With white, almost in no opening you have like a clear strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, most people nowadays with white, you try to find something and you find those ideas like for one game. Right?
Yeah.
With Rapport, it's very hard to find the idea for one game because you never know what he's going to play with black at first place in this one game. Against e4, he's not doing anything like too crazy, right?
You mean?
Rapport. I mean, I'm considering game 2.
You're considering
white,
game 2, right?
e4, and then what Rapport's going to do? I mean, he can.
Because he's playing French.
Yeah, for sure he played the French.
Petrov
against Shirov.
Yeah, against Shirov.
French against Vidit, Petrov against Shirov.
Yes.
That's quite a few things. Okay, so let's leave MBL thinking.
He played bishop d3.
He did play bishop d3, so now we're about to see. Yeah, d6 is very forcing. d7. I don't know.
Rook d8 is possible.
Rook d8, yeah. Bishop g5. That's what we said.
That's what we said.
And the problem, the real problem is that if you go here, then white trades and goes e5. So at least, I mean, this seemingly happens for sure, and bishop f6 is not a move. That much we know. F takes might be the move. Don't know what else.
No, but it looks terrible.
Bishop e5 is not a move. Yeah, actually, what do you do? Because it's also a very serious threat. I want to take the rook and you know what? Maybe just don't go to d8. Maybe go like to b8. So at least bishop g5 is not threatening that much. It's an ugly move, I know. And also kind of less pressure on white, so he might come up with something. Maybe that's what you have to do.
But just bishop g5 anyway.
Yeah, bishop g5. There is also this move with the idea to go rook c8. Oops, not the pawn.
Right.
Yeah, bishop e6, rook c8. Feels like something has to break for black. It's like black objectively shouldn't be working, right? Bishop b4 to attack the other rook as well is also possible.
Yeah, and where does the rook go?
It's not like you have an awful lot of squares to run away, right?
So d6 is on the board. King h8.
d6 played, yeah. King h8
and
is
d7.
Absolutely forced, and d7, yeah, and it's a big question. Because if it turns out being rook b8, yeah, actually he did play rook b8. If it turns out being lost, it's like almost a miniature game. 23 moves, right? You probably don't resign right here, right now, but still. Okay.
So I like bishop b4.
Bishop b4. The only thing that I thought could work is this. bishop e5, and then bishop. I mean, it feels like something's wrong with it. Look, I take here, you take here, play this.
I also thought about it, but
play
doesn't
this
work.
kind of why?
King
Why
g7,
doesn't
I
it
thought.
work?
Just...
Yeah, but then I go here, maybe. I mean, I'm
It
still
should,
not gonna.
of course, yes.
Wait a second.
Just...
E5.
Yeah.
E5. That's it.
Yes.
Bishop e5.
Yes.
I have an
It's
extra
very nice.
rook.
Right.
Otherwise, yeah, e6 and.
Yeah.
And after bishop d8, there is bishop d6, which is a little double attack on checkmate on
nice.
e5 and the rook on b8. Yeah, I think white is just winning. Don't know how it happened. Yeah, before bishop e5 is on the board, and now bishop f8. You can't recapture on f8. You'll have to take on c7, and then bishop e7 pretty much wins.
Okay, so bishop f8, bishop c7, bishop e7.
Yeah. Also, we should probably add that there is not much. It's kind of. It's not that easy to go wrong with white, because if you don't play bishop f8, you'll have to move the rook to c1 or something, which doesn't really make any sense. So you take on f8 relatively quickly. Yes, bishop c7, you have to recapture the rook, and bishop c7 played. Bishop e7 played, threatening checkmate in 1, which is the most powerful threat in a game of chess.
Is there some bishop d? Bishop d8, we said bishop.
Yeah, bishop d8 is this. Right. Check from a5,
doesn't
king
seem
f2.
to help,
yeah, only helps me to bring the rook to c1.
Also, everything seems to work so perfectly for white. There are so many nice lines.
Really, like I'm generally surprised. Wait, okay, king to g7, and then we said e5. Yeah, maybe I'm getting kind of overexcited with this e5. But yeah, e5, and the threat is to give a check and to go e6.
Played.
e5 played, yeah.
Played.
e5. So not to resign immediately. No, I mean, how you don't resign immediately? You probably do resign immediately. I thought g5, so that after this check you have king g6. But then many things, like stupid move like h4 wins.
Yeah, what about bishop d8?
King d2.
Oh, this feels very
King d2, rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1.
Yeah,
no,
king
this
d2,
was...
rook c1.
So,
bishop d8 here. So that you'll block my e pawn.
Try to block
wait
pawns,
a second.
yeah.
Bishop d6,
okay.
force it here. King d2 again.
No, this...
Bishop a6. And now you have bishop g5, sneaky check if I go rook c1.
Right.
But am I forced to run? I mean, the position, this is not in danger, right? Black practically cannot move, so I can play f4, for instance. And then h4, and then, yeah, I mean, it just, yeah, check from a5, though. Maybe a little bit overexcited. But still, I don't believe it holds. I mean, is it any serious? Check king f8, e6, bishop d8. Is that what he's trying to do? Okay. MBL in his tricks. b5.
So king d2, he wants to go bishop c4, right?
Yes, I guess so. There is also like ba4 and opening some files. I still feel like it has to be decided by those pawns, but who knows?
No, I'm just curious if this b5 was seen.
And it works.
Before entering this whole variation, or he just saw it now?
Seems relaxed.
Yeah.
Seems relaxed now, but I mean, it's very hard to believe that it works. I mean, if it works, that's just incredible. Raput. I mean, I probably start by doing this anyway.
King h6.
Probably start by doing this anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure where.
King
yeah.
h6 or f8. King h6. Because here, I mean, I have this idea of moving the pawn forward, right?
Takes on a4?
Yeah, it takes on a4. I'm happy. I think I'm happy to take on a4. Like you can't really say you are winning the rook, right? I'll take the bishop. I still have 2 pawns. If anything, there could be some checkmating threats. I don't know, like this, and then
Bishop e3, yeah.
d8, queen, and then check. There is no check. Bishop d1.
Ah, bishop d1, right.
Bishop d1. Yeah, that's nonsense. Oof. But this is sharp, really. I mean, technically you could do this and then do this and say that you are not lost yet.
Bishop e5 might be lost,
yeah,
actually.
bishop e5, take on a4, I was hoping.
No, but just takes on b8.
Takes on b8, takes on b3, and then
Check on d6.
check on d6. Bishop e7 is not possible because d8 queen. If king g7,
King d2.
king d2
Yeah.
first, yes, so that b pawn is not promoting, and then e7, and white has too many pawns. Too many pawns. Yeah.
Right.
Still feels like white should be winning. That'd be a very fast game. That'd be a very fast game, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, let's check what happens
Let's
in the
check
first game.
Giri and Andreikin, where after knight g5, Andreikin went for bishop e7. White followed it up with rook g3, and now c4 and dc4, bc4 and b4. All that happened. A bit surprised, to be honest, with Andreikin's choice.
And not so even on the clock anymore.
Yeah, he's down pretty significantly. Was he like planning c3 or something? Yeah, I really don't understand. I mean,
You mean why is he spending time?
No, well, why he? Yeah, spending time one thing, but also why he went exactly for that. Because it's not, at least to me, it's not visible. What's so good about this line, right? So you enter in the line, at least it has to be like promising something. Now what? Now you go back to c6, then why you've started to do it in the first place, right? Okay.
So there are no tricks.
No tricks that I can see, at least, right? Like knight b3, h6, okay. Okay, h6.
H6 played.
H6 played, just seen it on the camera view, yeah, h6. So here, unlike the stuff we looked with bishop on f8, rook on h3, here, knight f7 perhaps makes less sense. But white, if anything, has knight h3, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was no knight h3 in the previous position, right? Knight f3 would cover the third rank.
Right.
Now, yeah, if there is nothing better, knight h3 is here.
Also, g7 will be hanging.
Yeah, like knight h3, g7's hanging, yeah. It's a very tricky game. Here it's even worse. It's move 19, Andreikin's down to 12 minutes. Giri on half an hour, but to move. So, again, might spend a lot of time. Raput MBL.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6 played. Yeah, Raput actually plays in a very convenient manner. Or convincing, rather. Convincing manner, yeah. So check. I don't believe e6 is quite straightforward. Because this is a threat of checkmate in 1, right? Bishop d6 just loses. So bishop d8. And then we said bishop e5. Maybe he can...
No, rook b6, there's bishop d4.
Rook b6. Yeah, let's not forget that it's not that white is a rook down or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
you
exactly.
can always switch to kind of having more material at the same time and a better position and pawns on e6 and d7. Yeah, I think he's winning. I think it's safe to say that white is just winning. And this b5 was more of a desperate try to muddy the waters. King f8 played though. Now we'll see.
Yeah, e6 is actually a threat of, as you said, mate in one. So
Yeah, if white wants e6, he is absolutely free to do it. Yeah.
yeah, it just seems.
Yeah, actually, I mean, in the worst case, I gotta keep forgetting that bishop d1 is an option. So in the worst case, if for some reason this doesn't work, even taking the pawn,
Yeah.
right, taking the other pawn, and then bishop c5 check intermediate was possible in some move. Well, actually, do I need to take it? Could it be that I'm just kind of, no, bishop e7 still possible? No, I need to take. Yeah. But here, after this check, I think I don't need to play bishop d1. I think king d2 wins. And when he captures,
Yeah, check.
we first give a check so that bishop e7 is not possible. King goes and we take on d3, right? Or even
e7.
e7 is better. Yeah,
There
why
are
to take?
so
Yeah,
many
e7
moves.
e7
Yeah,
is better.
e7 is-
Just promote one pawn, then promote the other pawn.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So it's on the board. This bishop d8.
And e6 is played,
Yeah.
right? And so e6, this, and bishop e5. Yeah. So here we've managed to guess it all correctly. And very often, I mean, since I'm kind of quote-unquote experienced commentator, you tend to think, is it a good thing or it's kind of a good news for you, so you are still a good chess player, you're able to guess their moves, but then you're like realistically, I haven't played competitive chess for almost 5 years, and if these guys making moves that I'm suggesting, they're probably they're not doing
Not in the
themselves
form,
any
yeah,
good. Yeah. Probably they are
Come
not
on.
doing themselves any good. Rook b6. Okay. So that may be kind of last survival attempt.
So what happens after
Yeah,
bishop d4?
d4. Maybe somehow sacrificing it. Okay, I don't know if it can be called exchange sacrifice. Just don't move the rook. I mean, basically, that's it. Don't move the rook.
Yeah, he did take.
No, he did take, and MBL actually does move the rook to c6, but then, stopping a check, okay. Stopping a check, which probably kind of prolongs, prolongs the fight. It's not much of a fight left. On the other hand, like if king d7 and you don't have checks, then maybe I'll be able to take rook e6 and be exchanged down for, I don't know, ideally for a pawn and then maybe survive. So still, I would believe white is winning. It's just that he needs to find something precise here. Something precise here. Like king d2, bishop c4 might, maybe he does win, I don't know. King d2, forcing bishop c4, right?
And there is a b5.
And I want to take a b5, but even then, this is like tricky.
Rook d6,
Rook
right?
d6.
No, but these pawns, it should be
I mean,
winning.
it should be winning. Yeah, I mean, it's blockade is nice and everything, but it's two extra pawns on e6 and d7.
Yes, exactly.
You probably, I don't know, get the rook on c8 and somehow you win. Yeah, it's maybe it won't be like 30 moves game, but 60 moves game.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is little doubt that this has to be winning for white. Okay. You know what? We might reach, we probably do reach already.
Knight f7
Yeah.
played.
I'm coming back to the other game. Yeah, h6, knight f7, king f7. Giri is thinking. So he has an option of taking on a5, but there might be other ideas, like check on f4, who knows. No, probably nonsense. Check on f4.
Why is he thinking after he captured?
Like if you want to take on a5 or not, yeah, what's the trick? Can we?
He took.
He took on a5, yeah. Yeah, it's an awkward moment, to be honest, because you know it's almost a time trouble, or it is a time trouble in fact, but. No, we've been up for 2 hours straight,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I wonder if we could just quickly run away, and hope that this game is still on, or both games still on. Yeah, I mean just
not miss anything.
almost like a technical break for 5 minutes, and we promise to be back as quickly as possible. It's a pity to leave these games right here, right now, but you know. People sometimes need little breaks. So if we could make a break, would have been really lovely, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Games will not finish.
Yeah. No, we will survive the time control. It will be, you know.
Yeah.
We had a short day, right? One of the days it was like less than 4 hours. Everything was.
Yeah. First or the second day.
And usually when this is a long tournament, like you have one short day and you have one incredibly long day. And I think it was the case in Berlin semifinals as well. Like game 1, it looked like, if not decided, but there was a chance, like everything, only 2 games, you know, it will be decided quickly, and it was perhaps the longest game, the longest day of all the tournament.
And what was the longest game?
Longest game, I don't quite remember, to be honest. By the number of moves, I don't remember. But I think it was the longest game. Like Nakamura and Rapport was very, very intense. Like there was a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, Queen F4 check. They're playing. Okay, the only chance is that Rapport perhaps wins against MVL quickly.
Yeah, that's more likely.
And then we will have a break this way. But yeah, seriously, if it's possible to kind of break for 5 minutes only, so that we could. You know, that'd be really, really nice. Check on F. Meanwhile, this bishop d5. Check on f4. What's that?
Where does the king go?
Where does the king go? I think I know what happens. Oh no, maybe I don't know what happens. I thought king g8. And then I wanted to say this followed by this, and then e6, and then a checkmate, which is a cool story. But the rook d5, bishop g5 is a possibility, and apparently it doesn't.
Right.
Hang on a second. Doesn't it work? Maybe it still works. Yeah. Okay. Let's quickly
run away.
Run away. I mean, if we can. Yeah, quickly run away if we can, and then come back and stay till the end of the time trouble. Yeah, I mean, the longer we wait, the harder it will be to break, right? And we desperately need this one. Let's be fair. Especially right here, king g8. Yeah, I still believe like white has to be winning somehow. Once again, I mean, after this check, it becomes clear that. It's so dangerous. So dangerous. No, come on. No, yeah, my line worked. It's just that bishop g5 was a tricky move. So one more time. King e8. is also a move now that I realize, because there is c3, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like when you take, you cannot play c3 immediately because queen f7.
Yeah. But after bishop
He
g5.
can play bishop g5, rook g5, takes, blah blah, and c3. I mean, as an idea, this c3 is annoying.
Right. Oh, he played king g8.
King
right?
g8, yeah. So now, one more time. That would have been kind of a beautiful combination, and white wins after rook check and this. And it's a check, and queen f7 is like a checkmate next move, right? But
what is the plan?
again, rook d5, bishop g5 is the problem. And then, I mean...
No, but even there, just rook... Okay, rook g5 is forced.
Rook g5 is forced. Ah, wait a
Just
second.
to defend
I can
the
defend
pawn.
the rook,
Defend the rook.
take it, right, and claim that with two exchanges down, you are kind of winning, which might be the case, honestly. Like, go here. I mean, especially if let's say, the bishop will join.
Yeah, of course.
But I feel like somewhere here, like playing a move like bishop c3, white might be winning, or queen e4, king back, and bishop c3. I wouldn't be shocked if it would turn out that white is winning.
Right.
Okay, so one more time. I think it's like, yeah, unless we have any break right now, we'll have to leave the studio anyway. Yeah, I think yeah, but that's a perfect time. Geary thinking, MVL and Rapport still somehow MVL managed not to lose on the spot. So just quickly break few minutes. We are back, and we really hope to cover the, the hottest time trouble,
Right,
which is coming. Stay tuned.
We have with us Nikola Kalinic, a well-known Serbian basketball player who plays for Red Star Belgrade, previously for Fenerbahce, Valencia, so a well-known chess star. A basketball star. So what is a basketball star doing at a chess event? Let me start with it.
Yeah, well, a few years ago I found myself with a lot of time in maybe some airports or hotel rooms, quarantines before the games, and I didn't know what to do, and I wanted to use my time smartly, and I figured out I could maybe start playing chess a little bit. I mean, I played earlier with my father. He taught me all the basics, but then I realized I am very interested in that, and I find it very interesting. So I started playing, and a few days ago I heard that there is a chess tournament in Belgrade, and I wanted to come to see all the grandmasters in live and to see how they play and how it is to be in a chess tournament.
Have you yourself ever played in a chess tournament? What's your chess rating? How much do you know about chess?
No, I mean, I'm watching a lot like everybody today. I'm watching a lot YouTube channels. I'm trying to learn like that. I went to some chess classes here in Serbia with Jova Todorovic. Maybe you probably know him. He's commentating, I think. I'm playing on lead chess. I'm around 10-minute games, so I'm around 2,000, 2,100. So I'm improving slowly by slowly, and I'm enjoying it. That's the most important.
Are there any connections or similarities between chess and basketball? Is chess helpful in any way to basketball?
Yes, of course. I mean, it makes your brain work. Was the most important. I think the brain is, at the end of the day, muscle. It's not biologically, but in some way, I found it's like a muscle, and you need to work on it to improve it. So I found I found some similarities, especially in abstract thinking or trying to think what the next move of your opponent is gonna be. And also, I think I improved my maybe offensive game in basketball with playing chess, and I figured out that you need to be maybe a little bit more aggressive in basketball also, as in my opinion you need to be in chess. So I think it improved a lot, my basketball game also.
And among other basketball players, do you know anyone who plays chess or is interested in chess? Obviously you played all over the world and you know all the basketball stars. So.
Yeah, well, no. Few guys, but I didn't find anybody. Assistant coach in Red Star says he can play a little bit, but we still didn't didn't play, but no, not that I know.
And just finally, what does this tournament mean? The fact that we have all the chess superstars here in Belgrade after such a long time, after 30 years, what does that mean to you personally as a chess fan?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot. As you can see, I'm here, so probably a lot of people who are from Serbia, they're going to come, they're going to see, they're going to learn something new, they're going to hear something new, maybe they're going to play a few games, learn some new moves, some openings, and I think it means a lot. Like you said, I think Yugoslavia and Serbia had big chess history, a lot of important matches were played here, and we had great chess masters. So, I mean, it means a lot, and I'm hoping this is just the beginning of some future tournaments, and that is going to be more and more in Belgrade, and that people are going to start playing more and more.
We have the renowned Serbian Grandmaster Bojan Vučković here with us, who came to the Grand Swiss here in Belgrade, to the Grand Prix here in Belgrade to follow the tournament and to follow the Grandmaster tournament downstairs. Bojan, let me begin by asking you, what does this event mean for chess in Serbia?
It's an exceptional tournament for our conditions. We didn't have such a tournament for about 20 years or even more. And first of all, there is a second tournament here where our best chess players are playing, and that is something that helps them play some strong games. And the other thing is that since Belgrade and Serbia is very chess-friendly country, and many people like playing chess and follow the tournament, and it's a good opportunity for such enthusiasts to come here and to see some of the best players in the world, and maybe get some enthusiasm to play more chess, and to bring other people to come here which are not very familiar with what chess tournament means and how it looks like to be here.
When we talk about Serbia as a country, obviously Serbia, once former Yugoslavia, it was a big chess nation and chess was everywhere. This is the first time Serbia is hosting a big event in, as you said, 20 or some even say 30 years. How has chess changed in Serbia or former Yugoslavia over the past 30 years?
Chess changed in the world drastically, not just in Serbia. And with computers, it's much easier to learn chess. There isn't such a need for a broad chess culture, which was, I believe, in former Yugoslavia. And so that means that people from around the world are able to learn chess more easily, to play chess on the internet, which is a very good thing. And regarding Serbia, unfortunately, we did not have many chess events. We have lost a lot during these 20 or more years, and unfortunately we're not the level we used to be. But what we have still is this enthusiasm, as I already said, so I believe that there are going to be more young chess players that are going to become strong, and so I believe that this tournament and similar tournaments may help in this.
What do you personally think about the players playing here? Obviously, these are some of the top players in the world, and they're here in Belgrade after Belgrade is hosting such a great class of players after so many years. So, do you know any of the top players playing here, and what do you think of them?
Yes, I know. I've played a few of them when I was active chess player, and I think that there are some very strong players and also playing a very attractive chess. What I like here, for example, is how Rapport is playing, and especially since he's here living in Belgrade and he's almost domestic player. So what I like also is that some extremely strong players like Giri and Vasiela Grave and others can come here, enjoy our culture and our hospitality, I believe, and so other players may come in the future and see and visit Belgrade.
We go out into the streets thinking we know it all. We travel to new sites thinking we have a plan. But then something changes. And we discover there is more to this world. Every love story begins with the first look. Our love story began a long time ago when two rivers, the Danube and the Sava, first met under the Kalemegdan hill. Their convergence made the foundation for a city which has been growing for more than 24 centuries. Belgrade's riverbanks keep attracting people to this day. It is a city of many languages, raw emotions and rich flavors. The streets are filled with open people, full of conversation and hospitality. Its architecture represents its inhabitants. Markings of various epochs are toppled next to each other, from the ancient medieval fortress all the way to the theaters, museums, modern clubs. Belgrade has it all. It is a city made to be discovered, flourishing with life, always awake. And all you need to fall in love is just one look. Visit Belgrade. Feel its love.
Hello everyone, we are joined by Grandmaster Richard Rapport, who just won his game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Congratulations, Richard. That's the first game of your semi-final. Could you please tell us about the key critical moments in this game?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, okay, basically, Maxim played the Grunfeld, which he pretty much always does. So I decided to go for this line with Rook C1, which actually I think is completely harmless. And actually, I was not in the best spirits before the game, so I would like to apologize to my wife, and because she insisted that I try this line, that this is playable, but I was really upset about it. So basically speaking, the critical position is okay, takes here. Takes check, rook c3, and here I think bishop, okay, also the engine is pointing it at bishop g4, just pretty much finishes the game instantly, f3, and rook d8, and this is like just a draw on the spot, so of course it continues, but there is not, I mean, a player with on Maxim's level, I think would have no difficulty to figure it out from here on. Yeah, but I was very lucky that he didn't know this line, and he went for e5, which of course looks very tempting as well. But I think it just shouldn't supposed to work. So d5, knight d4, and here, yeah, here I had the only difficult decision because of course I didn't prepare too much for this line, and yeah, here queen d2 or bishop d2, right? And queen d2 I believe is not that precise because it can be met with bishop h3. Okay, we cannot take because the knight f3, so castle is forced. And rook, some rook to c8, I don't know, maybe this one, doesn't really matters. And then the resulting, it's a very concrete line, like takes, I move my rook, I believe, to c2, maybe c1, doesn't matter, let's say here, queen a4, and the bishop b3, and here he has this idea to take, and queen a3. And now, okay, queen takes h3 will be completely winning, but my rook is hanging on c1, so I'm forced to take g takes h3, and after that he has, of course, a very clear compensation dark squares.
Yeah, for a pawn, yeah.
Yeah, so that's... oh, and I managed. So that's why bishop d2 has to be played, which I ended up playing, but luckily for me, after bishop d2, I believe white is just much better, so bishop d7 is a normal move. I took, takes rook c1. Yeah, okay, queen could go anywhere, but it doesn't change too much. And here, yeah, I could have just castled. I didn't see where is his great counterplay even after castle, but queen b3 looks so tempting. Actually, it's a very forced line because he must capture. I mean, yeah, he can retreat, but if he retreats, I mean, e4 is not even really hanging because of b7, so he's much worse, so he must take. And here, of course, probably the better move was to play rook c8 with one of the. Yeah, I'm not sure actually with one of the rooks.
Okay, let's try this one. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a difference it makes, and I would just play f4, and then try to have my center e5. And I believe white is much better, but what he did was actually, you know, the principled continuation, if you will, immediately going for center, typical Grunfeld style, but it just doesn't work. So maybe rook c7 is strong here as well, and checking d1, bishop b5, and just to
like,
go. Yeah, I'm not sure. This was also maybe
here, and
I think white is better here as well. Okay. But what I did,
according to Evgenij,
but I did actually just much stronger because f3, and now basically his only move is to go back. But of course, I mean,
it's not that easy. Yeah?
I knew that he's not going to go back, so f5 is the follow-up, and now rook c7, and this was my only trick, which obviously he missed. The idea was that he would have preferred to take on e4. For instance, if I make a mistake, rook takes d7, then he takes f3, and I cannot really move my king because fg2, and he picks up the bishop. However, have an intermezzo with d6, and this is what he must have missed. And bishop e6 is d7, I pick up the rook, so he moves, I take, and in the same position, I have rook to e7. And this is pretty much game over immediately. So he went bishop b5, which is of course out of desperation. Here I believe I had multiply possibilities. Bishop b4 also seems to be completely winning, I don't know. I went for a4, which looked to me like very forcing, bishop d3, d6, it's really only moves, d7, rook b8 have to protect, bishop b4, so okay, even here probably I had other moves, but bishop b4, if he moves the rook, bishop b7, so he went here, and then I took, he takes, and the bishop e7. Yeah, maybe it was better bishop c5 to protect the pawn, but I just saw this sequence, so I want mate in one, he must go king to g7 to prevent an e5, and my pawns are just going to queen, which happened in the game. So I don't think that from the here on I made any serious inaccuracies, and the position is just completely winning. So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it was just basically an opening disaster for him, which I capitalized on. Yeah.
So, what do you think? What was the most important in this game for you? This idea of rook c3, or?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a new or rare idea, but I mean, of course, I cannot anticipate that when I play a new move, he is going to be winning on the spot. No, obviously he had just an off day and he couldn't recall or calculate it as precisely as it was needed. But I mean, he's a very strong player. Of course, I'm sure tomorrow he will do better. Yeah.
Of course, as you've mentioned, Maxim is a very strong player, but tomorrow you need also only to draw. What will be your strategy then?
I think it will be the same as last time you asked me, but now it's a bit more complicated because I'm black. So I will honestly, I wasn't expecting to win this game. So in a way, I mean, I didn't really think about it. What happens if I won? Will I change? I will play the same as I've anticipated to do anyway. We'll see. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much once again. Congratulations and good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Our guest was Grandmaster Richard Rapport. Thank you very much.
Okay, we did expect this game to finish with the same result, but not that quickly.
Yeah.
It's a Richard Rapport. Perhaps after MVL first made mistake in the opening and then not put the best fight possible, loses. Rapport is set to go for the final, yeah?
Yes,
okay,
right.
just a draw keeps him away, draw tomorrow keeps him away from the final, and considering his previous result, he might be one of the, one of those lucky guys who will qualify.
Yes, exactly.
It's a very, very interesting, and of course, yeah, good game by Rapport. We are left with Giri and Andreikin. It's heating up. It's move 26. Giri, I want to say, has blundered two rooks for bishops, but seriously sacrificed two exchanges, not one exchange, but two exchanges after bishop d5, check and king g8. I think I was a little bit looking at this line. Yes, rook d5, once again a reminder, if you take on d5, you are getting nicely checkmated. After this check, e6 discovered check and queen f7. So was no choice but to, play bishop g5, after which white captured this. Check, and then not king h7, but spent some time and went king f8, and now Anish is thinking again. If you think of material, white actually has 7 pawns against black's 5, so 2 bishops plus 2 pawns. Pawns are strange, like double pawns on a file, double pawns on g file.
Yeah.
But technically, right, so 5 pawns again, 2 pawns, and 2 bishops against 2 rooks of black. King is terrible. And there might be scenarios where like white trades the queens, I don't know, puts the bishop on g6, for instance, somehow trades the queens, and still the game goes on.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
right.
So it's not that white only relies on the attack. I was looking at bishop c3, which kind of has an idea of giving a check here, and also rook h5 is not possible because queen f3 would win the rook in this case. But perhaps queen c6 is what black is planning to do. So you have this check, king goes to e8, but then somehow it's a little bit uncomfortable. The h pawn in some lines being hanging. Yeah. So I'm not sure, honestly, after king f8, how white is supposed to continue. And I presume if you give a check, he probably goes there, this direction, like e7 or e6, and then tries to run away somewhere, maybe. Yeah, it's not like this king has a lot of squares to run away. Yeah, but maybe like king e7, queen f5, or queen f5, rook h5. extremely sharp. Extremely sharp.
Also, bishop is on f1.
Yeah,
If bishop was somewhere else, mathematically somehow it doesn't make sense that this works for white, right?
Really?
Since there's only queen and bishop on b2, which still needs one move to get activated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it'll be possible. Yeah, I was thinking like, is there any chance bishop c4 will work somehow? But there is no threat for now. Yeah. e6 doesn't really make sense. Yeah, black just takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like you need to care about the c3 move.
No, bishop c3 is
bishop c3
so
like
natural.
almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then we really have to find the move after queen c6, because trading the queens, maybe white keeps the compensation of some sort, but it's very unlikely that white is better.
Maybe queen d4.
Yeah, like queen d4, so that if I take, there is some e6 threatening g7. Right, queen d4. It's also for black. It's not that comfortable, right?
Yeah.
And as you said, like this bishop on f1, like once again, if we come back to this idea, like when you want a bishop to be clear on g6, right?
Yeah.
But if you think practically anywhere else, like bishop on e2 is better than bishop on e4. If only white previously found that one tempo to develop this guy, right? I mean, it would have been much better. Probably he would have been winning by then. So almost equal in time once again, and still quite a few moves to be played.
Maybe it's possible to go, no, I thought queen f3 and probably black will run to the other side, right?
Yeah.
He will not repeat.
I mean, you probably don't really lose if you do this. And then I still find it very likely that white has a perpetual. Even though c3 check and king e6, who knows? maybe you just go forward, right? The bishop is trapped. So efficiently, it's the light square bishop and the queen. Yeah, the dark square bishop is on the board, but it's kind of can't really help. But still, very likely there is some perpetual, like check here, checks all the time. So I would guess that if white wants to make a draw, he can. The question is, if can he continue playing for a win without taking too much risk? Yeah, bishop d4, surprisingly. So maybe his point is that
even the endgame will be fine.
Even some endgame, yeah, I'll take a7, and because after this, queen c6 kind of guarantees that there'll be an endgame, right? The queen is trapped, right?
Yeah.
So, and how is he planning to? I'm actually not sure how exactly is he planning to play. I'm actually confused.
I guess he wants to take. What else?
Yeah, I mean, you probably have to, right? And now rook takes and h5 is hanging. So once again, a question if you might do this, right? Actually, yeah, it's still unclear even. Could it be that white would be better still in some cases? Because, yeah, like a power 2 bishops, I don't think we can or we should talk about 2 exchanges.
Yeah.
So it's very likely that white kind of attacks the rook all the time and black will have to give one exchange back. And it will be, say, bishop 2 pawns against the rook, and depends on where the other piece is going to be. That's super game, super interesting. Draken's not convinced though. He's not rushing with queen c6. He's maybe looking at, okay, you can't do this. I mean, I almost wanted to suggest that I take h5 and then, yeah, but h5, as we said, there is a check. Queen c6 on the board, yeah. Queen c6 on the board, Kyrie, yeah, obviously captures c6.
Rook c6,
I guess, yeah, rook c6 needs to be played. And once again, you probably need to protect the h5 pawn, because otherwise rook is joining too quickly.
Yeah.
So bishop e2. kind of multitasking, developing the bishop and also protecting h5 pawn at the same time.
And black doesn't really want to go a6, right?
Wait a second.
Bishop
I mean,
a2
probably he will. I mean, what to do?
Maybe rook c7, just to stay more flexible. But still, bishop f3.
I kind of like the rook on the 6 rank, so that maybe one day.
G6.
G6, E6 again.
Yeah,
so tricky. G6, E6, rook H5 though.
You're right, yeah.
And could be this. Pawn takes. Yeah, this is probably an important line. E6, rook takes H5, and king E7. And then, yeah, white wins one exchange back, but it's only black who can win the game. So here, after G6, I'm not even sure. I probably should take.
What about just taking on a7? Just
after G6, yeah, that's another story, right? Take on H7, say your rook is still not playing. Yeah, come on. It's too complex. Once again, let's leave it. Let's leave it to the players. I think A6 probably deserves to be played. You don't want to deal with more passed pawns.
Yeah, A6 played.
Yeah, A6 played. Then what? Then king comes to E7. C3 might be played. No? Or what did he do? King D2.
I think he's taking the king. Yeah, king D2.
King D2. Yeah, just that I noticed at some point C3 and then G6 and even like some threats on the last ranks. And anyway, you want all your pieces to play. So go here, king E7 possibly. Or now G6 is actually an option. I don't know what I'm achieving if you take, right? Because now rook H4 you have king C3, rook H2 you have bishop F3, so it's not such a cool thing. If rook takes bishop C4, already what, 3 pawns? Once again, 2 pawns on A file, not so important, but
A6 pawn being
like
weak.
A6 pawn, some bishop B6, bishop A6. Yeah. It's once again one of those positions. You ask yourself seriously, can I be worse with black? Probably not. Yeah, like material and stuff. But it's annoying to play. It's annoying to play because your position it basically consists of weaknesses. That's it. That's it. King E7. I guess king C3 first.
Bishop F3 also.
Bishop F3, right. Yeah. Bishop F3 to see where he's going. Yeah, I also realized that in some moment bishop E3 and you probably win this guy. Yeah, it's just that you don't want to see C3. I guess it is better objectively now that I'm thinking. I mean, it looked surprising, like it's an endgame, you know, and 2 extra exchanges, but might be that white is just better. Or black, you know, maybe black has some way of equalizing, but he has to come up with it right here, right now, you know.
No, it feels like he will have to, as you said, give one exchange at some point.
And he has to figure out which one on what square, right, for what bishop.
Yeah.
For what bishop, because, I mean, too many weaknesses. One of the motifs in the position being E6, bishop takes G7. If you have to take after E6, right? You can imagine E6, doesn't matter, something takes, bishop G7.
H6.
And then supported with H6, you've already won back the exchange, and then, you know, the C pawn is... I think for especially for the time trouble, right, for this
white
situation.
Is preferable for sure,
it's clear that one tends to prefer white. Yeah, I mean, just too many ideas. Right? There's bishop, play bishop f3, play g4, put the bishop on d5, and yeah, well, black sooner or later kind of runs out of moves. Andrake in below 2 minutes, still 10 moves to reach the time control.
Maybe he should play g6, really.
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that always skipping this option of taking on h5, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook b8. Maybe hoping to be on time with rook b5 and stuff like that. Yeah, okay. Rook b5. Also, if if bishop b6, at least you can take on b6 twice, yeah? But then after bishop e3, this is where it goes. Yeah, bishop e3, some rook b5, give a check, king goes, then maybe back. This is hanging, e5's hanging. Also, when he takes a5, all of a sudden a3 will be. Yeah. So understandable from human standpoint. Yeah, rook b8 was the idea to go to b5. Or b1, maybe. Like rook.
Bishop f3, where does he want to go?
Maybe no, maybe
maybe
he's not. Maybe still like rook b5. If you take it, at least I'm not saying it's easier for me, but at least I will know where like what squares to use, right?
Yeah.
Might still be problematic. You take this one. Rook a5. Almost don't want to play this because the rook might.
It feels like you can get trapped. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't see how.
No, it probably can't.
I can't really. Can't really play a4, and this is what's important, right? But tricky. Also tricky for Anish because he feels, or might feel, that it's almost there, there. You just need to find it.
No, but rook b8 seems to be a very good practical decision.
Yeah,
right?
Just at least, give yourself a chance to activate your pieces. So what Anish is going to do? a4, practical decision. Stop rook b5.
Yeah, right.
Stop rook b5 and then think. I think in this case, black actually goes rook b1 after a4. But seriously, a4 might not be. First, I kind of made the joke, just thinking, okay, your opponent's idea is rook b5, and that's why a4, so that he's getting confused in a time trouble. It might not be a stupid move at all.
And also this e6 bishop g7 is something to worry about.
Yeah, well, especially if, say, rook went to b1, then actually this and this. In various lines, these both are potential passed pawns and dangerous ones, right?
So they're down to 2 minutes.
2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and increment what saves people nowadays. a4, a4 played. Once again, I'm not sure if I have to be proud, or Anish has to be worried when he when he plays the moves I'm suggesting. So now, at least from practical standpoint, black thought his next move is clear, and it's no longer clear. But you know what? After rook b1, bishop takes c4. As ugly as it looks, right? Maybe, and then just he does play rook b1. So I really wonder if it's possible to take on c4. Not even sure what I'm threatening, if anything.
Rook h1 maybe to try to take this pawn.
Yeah, rook h1.
There's g4.
Even like g4 is here.
Yeah.
Also, king b4, rook h1, rook h5, and then bishop b6.
No.
just to show that bishop b6 would be a terrible mistake.
Right.
All of a sudden we're losing it on this pin.
There is bishop c5. So it's
there is
not,
still
yeah,
bishop
yeah.
c5 check, but then I should have
Of course,
bishop c5
yeah.
check. Okay, whatever. Let's stay with the game. Rook b1. He's by no means forced
to take on
take
c4.
on c4. Yeah, rook a1. This should be the way for white. This should be the way to protect.
Or like e6, honestly.
F3, bishop f3. Okay, with
Bishop
the
f3
tempo
played.
at least. Yeah, bishop f3. Yeah, like e6, bishop g7 would spice things up even further, right?
Yeah.
But maybe he considers like this is not running away from him. And depending on where the rook's going. Is it rook e6 that black plays? Now that I'm asking. I mean, it solves quite a few things. It drops the c4 pawn, which is a clear
drawback.
Drawback, yeah. Right? But it keeps the rook on the 6th.
What
Right?
happened?
What? Draw?
No.
That's oh, do you know the rules? Are we allowed to apply to appeals committee? So this game cannot be agreed a draw.
No way.
Can we? No, come on, guys. I feel completely robbed of action.
It's a draw, right? There is no other way to...
Yeah, I mean, what else?
Yeah,
what else? Yeah, they've agreed a draw. So Giri played bishop f3
and offered a draw, yeah.
And offered the draw. But that's unfair.
Very unfair, yeah.
Unfair to us spectators, yes. And now, of course, it's very important to talk. And instead of becoming the longest round, it became one of the shortest ones again.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it didn't survive to time control. And then, okay, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has to blame anyone but himself. So he made mistakes, lost to Raput. But here, honestly, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, yeah, players have their reasons. It's only 2 games classical match. Nobody wants to lose, but this decision by Anish.
We didn't really feel like he's in any, like,
yeah,
doesn't have any risk, basically. I mean,
I'm afraid it's sort of, yeah, perhaps later on it will get more explanation, but it's sort of impulsive. So I believe he went for something considering himself to be like much better winning, and then, you know, sometimes you kind of get upset with yourself, and then yeah, you offer a draw not because you think the position cannot be played on, but you're irritated, you're short on time, and so on. You've blundered in a line, right? You didn't blunder on the board something. But let's say you were considering that e6 in the current position is winning. Then you realize, okay, it's not. So you played the other move. And I'm kind of trying to come up with psychological explanation. Because, like, if you would be afraid, let's say afraid of Andreikin right from the start, one doesn't play
the line
the way
played.
I mean
yes,
the way
of course.
Anish was playing, knight takes f7, and then sacrifice an exchange and the other exchange, only to offer a draw like that. So apparently he didn't like something, he blundered something, and so on.
Right.
But yeah, very exciting game, which kind of, you know, didn't reach the apotheosis.
Yeah.
Bishop f3, and we would like this game to continue, but yeah, but the draw was agreed.
And actually in Berlin, the first 2 games were decisive, right, in semifinals. So
yeah,
I thought this might repeat here.
Both won with white pieces.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Naka won against Raput, and what else? And Levon won against, I don't quite remember.
Dominguez.
Yeah. Dominguez. Absolutely. So here, yeah, there was a chance that Giri wins, and then basically had the same, kind of the repetition of this scenario. Right, so now one semi-final has the leader, it's Richard Raput, and then, yeah, it's all fair square for Andreikin and Giri, and we keep having Andreikin first, but that's because he was in Pool A, not because he was playing,
white,
not because he was playing white today. Right, I don't even know what to say. I mean, the cross table is this. Basically, we don't have any other stats, right? Yeah. So tomorrow is the reverse game, and psychologically, of course, yeah, for Raput and MBL, everything is clear. They all know what to do.
Of course.
Like, Basically, for MBL, it's play for a win. For Rapid, perhaps play chess. You can't really, can't really say I'll be black and I'll be playing for a draw from
As we
move one.
said, it's not really a good idea, right? So.
From move one, yeah. Here the guys continue analyzing. Yeah, you could have played, guys. I mean, there was a lot of interesting options in this game, but why to discuss it now? You should have, you know, really. And here, I want to claim. I mean, once again, I don't know how stable / unstable the guys are psychologically, but sometimes kind of the result and the mood between before game 2 would pretty much depend on what was happening in this time trouble. If one finds out that I missed something and it was winning,
he will
or
feel worse.
you know, then
course.
of course you feel worse playing game 2. And someone, I mean Giri, of course, who was white in this game, who played nice attacking chess and sort of stopped when seemingly he could have still go on. And then if he finds out, I should have continued, and it was much better for me, and tomorrow I have to play black now, having draw instead of a win, then okay, Anish probably, I mean, he's too experienced already. He's on that level for quite some time, so I don't think it will impact him a great deal, but for some, you know, for some people, so we are talking kind of general, how it works, this match of 2 games. How many matches of 2 games you played, Teodora? Like you've been to World Cup, obviously, right?
Yeah, actually last year was my first ever World Cup. So I had first round I went through. I won 2-0. Yes, and then the second round I lost to Katerina Lachno, half to 1.5. So only 2 matches I had.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a specific thing. Look, I mean, it's not very easy, right?
No, it's very, very tough. I mean, especially if a person doesn't have experience. I think experience is very key thing.
No, because
I mean, you basically lose and you go home. That's the
that's
the saddest part. It's always in the back
mind,
of your mind. Yeah.
One game and you're out. And especially like if you kind of have a lot of expectations tied to this tournament, right? I mean, when usually I think when you qualify for the first time, you're never one of the favorites.
Of course.
And then you say, okay, I'll just go there and I prepare a little, I'll see what happens. Right, but then later on, imagine like you're preparing for the tournament for, I don't know, 2 weeks. And then the tournament itself might run for 4 weeks, and then you move the night to the Ronsk, and bye-bye. Yeah, I mean, you have to book your ticket this evening because tomorrow you're out. So that's a harsh system, this knockout events, but also very
entertaining for public.
For the public, for spectators and. Yeah, some players actually argue that we kind of care about the comfort of chess players too much.
Right.
Because okay, while we are waiting, apparently there'll be a press conference. I think I'm free to say this. It's like people were discussing. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi, when he was preparing and so on, and like organizing the hotel in Dubai. I mean, much with Carlsen, and someone said, but Jan won't be comfortable. Come on, the guy's in the World Championship final. Why on earth he has to be comfortable? Of course he'll be stressed. He'll be under pressure.
Right.
Okay, so I think we are ready for analysis with Anish Giri. And with that, I mean, first of all, let's ask him. Let's see. I mean, what he will tell us. I mean, why he offered a draw. Is it Anish Giri? Yeah, he is. Yeah. And I think we'll see you guys tomorrow for a second game where Anish will have the black pieces and we will have white, but he will be in a must-win situation against Rapid. So enjoy analysis from Anish and see you guys
tomorrow.
Hello everyone, we are joined by Grandmaster Anish Giri, who just finished his game against Dmitry Andreikin. Their game finished in a draw. That was really amazing game.
Yeah, I mean, I knew this chess.com that they have colors, but I didn't know there are so many different colors. Like there is here green, brown, like yellow, pink, like blue,
red,
red, a lot of red. It's insane, the colors. The game Yeah, I mean, I was completely confused the entire time. But for the most part, I was very optimistic, to be honest. In the opening, I was not sure at all.
By the way, just one question. Were you surprised in the opening by e4, c5, knight f3, e6? Because you was thinking like for a few minutes.
I was mostly surprised by my moves than by his moves, to be honest. I know knight f3, e6, but what I was doing myself, I don't know what the hell this was. And here, I'm not at all thrilled. I thought I'm still not worse. Takes gf is okay. Knight d5, I expected as well. Knight c6 is a bit odd, but especially, yeah, now I was actually happy for a change. Suddenly everything is okay, and it's important, I thought, I don't know if it's important, but I thought that it's important that if he goes queen a5, because bishop c3 is not nice, and trading queens is generally, I think, fine for him, but here I have the strong move d4, and he's collapsing, so that was very important. And I didn't see how he should play, because I expected some normal move. Yeah, let's say normal move would be that. And
like
then I've got,
yeah,
and then I've got d4. And I was aiming for such a position. Yeah, bishop b5, I guess, I don't know. I was aiming for this position and I thought it's better. So he went rook c8 against d4, somehow. And then I think I played very strong move rook h3, and from here, I think I was very optimistic, because if bishop e7, I've got rook g3, so he can never anymore bishop e7 castle, because queen h6. So here he's kind of stuck. So he goes this queen c7. It's a very strange combination of moves, but he wants to go knight d4. And yeah, I'm seeing here moves that I didn't think were possible. I mean, d4, I thought he would take on d4. I don't really understand the point. It's very deep. I mean, I just thought he takes on d4. So I went long castle, and now I was happy here because with rook on a8, he would have a5, a4. But the way his pieces are, I think I should be first. But at the same time, I realized if he just abandons the idea of castling short and does something like this, and then just, I don't know, some move, king f8, or even bishop f8 or rook g8, anyway, some move. I don't have much, I don't have a clear break. I would go d4 at some point, so I think I was better. But after knight a5, I kind of got really tempted. I thought it was a very provocative,
no problem. Yeah.
A very provocative move, because like it's way too optimistic. And I'm not sure there was a threat, so maybe I can play just king b1, but I kind of thought that I should now stop this. I should use the opportunity and jump with the knight on g5, and here I thought I'm winning, to be honest. I didn't really see how he's gonna play, and because I want to play knight e4, and at some point we get this knight e4, bishop e4 d position, but I think he cannot castle. So let's say, that's why here I played rook g3, because if I play knight e4, he gets to take and c4, and maybe he gets to castle. Let's say play king b1, maybe he can castle, and maybe, yeah, here he's okay because he's got the king out, and my bishops are, especially this bishop is not very active, so maybe he's okay here. That's why I played rook g3. I thought it was very strong. I thought now it's looking very good, and he started doing something totally insane, which confused me very much as well. So I thought h6, knight e4, takes. Yeah, I thought here he's collapsing sort of everywhere. If c4, I think here, yeah, I can do this king b1. I was also not sure about b4, but before knight c6 apparently is not so clear because of a5. This also looked very good to me, but maybe a5. So maybe I would go just king b1. But this is, let's say, yeah, but this is, and I thought I'm just like much better, but at least this is sort of how I expected the game to go. And he did some c4, which I thought was just losing, because I thought maybe he wants to go h6 here. I was not sure if I just go knight h3 or take, but I wanted to take. I think here it should be very good. There should be something very good here. Well, it was not that easy though. There was a very beautiful trap. If cb, bishop e4, there's nice geometry here, like some queen c3, knight b3, bishop a3 in some order. For example, like this. It's very nice. Yeah, like suddenly some kind of checkmate, like tactic from a puzzle book. So that was an issue. So I didn't think I would go cb. I was intending to go here, to be honest. King e8 I will take, probably I'll win. And here I will go here, rook h7, bishop d3, important because in the game I don't have that. And if he goes bishop f8, I was looking for a win here. I just felt there should be one, but I didn't see it yet. But he played another move. He played bc, which I thought was completely losing because of b4. And after h6, I had the choice to take or go knight h3, and I see now I should go knight h3. I mean, what I missed, to be honest, I thought this is winning, to be very honest, and this is more winning than this. And here, I thought, knight is out. Usually, knight should be like here, and there was an issue here, which I missed. I mean, I thought, okay, if he doesn't take anything, then I am sort of winning, though with the knight here it's not that trivial, because if knight is going to d6 it's crushing, but with knight here it's not clear what the knight is doing. So, and the pawn is of course on the queen side. Yeah, it's not like it's not an endgame. So, but moreover, I just missed. I think that knight e5 is not possible. I somehow it's very common. I think what I missed is that when queen leaves, there is no more mate. So I kind of in my head thought that I cannot take because of something on a1, but there is just king d2. So I missed that as well. And that maybe also a5, by the way, he would go. Maybe a5 is not so bad. b5, again, knight e5 is not possible. Here is not possible? Because the rook protects, of course, the third rank. Yeah, no, everything is guarded. Okay, I think if I had seen that knight f7 doesn't win, maybe I would have gone for this, and I would have thought more about it. But what I missed from afar, so I thought queen d7 is much better for white. But then as we approached here, I thought that ba wins more. Because what I missed is that after bishop d5, I mean, this was such a pretty thing that I just sort of, I just calculated this and I thought, okay, very nice. And then as he went bishop d5, and I know he's not so bad. He's very good at tactics. I thought, okay, I must have missed something. And then I realized that there is bishop g5 intermezzo. And I went for it anyway, because at this point, to be honest, I was no longer thrilled. I thought about queen g4. I thought actually both were maybe good, but after queen g4, rook h7, it's key that he has this pawn here. Bishop doesn't come to d3. And if I go bishop e2 or f4, I considered both, then he can take on a5, reinforce this bishop. And if I go... So I was considering to take, and then somehow bring the bishop, but I'm just not in time to activate it. It's like too slow. And in the meantime, he's got rook b8 counterplay. So finally, I've abandoned this line. I think I saw and just suggest bishop e2, queen a5, and w is a rook, yeah? Rook c3, I think. Yeah, yeah, I considered this, by the way, but it looked a bit...
strange.
I saw this. I can play queen c4 and try to get into an endgame, but from afar, what I missed... No, not this. Yeah, I somehow thought that ed queen d5 is very good, so I thought maybe he wants to go c3, but then the endgame is very good for me, because I take, and I collect all the pawns.
Yeah,
and bishop d3, bishop...
front, yeah.
Yeah, and if he takes, the problem is also bishop d3, bishop g6 is there sometimes, so I win a lot of tempi. So from afar, I thought maybe this is what he wants, but then as we approached, yeah, as I was already approaching this here, I realized he'll just take on d5, go king f8, and the problem is that this bishop again, like in the other lines, this bishop is not there. Somehow, if the bishops would be both active, I'm kind of crushing. So if I have a bishop here, coming here, I'm good.
Yeah, g6 and
yeah, but
like
the bishop is impossible to activate. So I was thinking first to go this, then he goes here, and now the problem is that I'm losing more and more time. So if I go queen d4, he can even just take, and this doesn't work because after this, he guards everything. And if I go queen d1, I mean, okay, that's already not in the spirit. And now after king e8, rook comes to f8 again.
Again with this bishop.
The bishop cannot be active, and that's why I chose the set decision, which I should have taken. I should have taken that set decision here. Actually, I should have done this right away. Though, yeah, I mean, just to do what I did in the game, I should have gone for this. And then, okay, I decided I will do similar thing and play bishop d4. And of course, already I realized here that in an endgame, I'm not playing for anything. I'm just trying to make a draw. But I should be able to make a draw because I have 2 pawns for an exchange. And I think that somehow I should be able to win an exchange. Like, I think he shouldn't even keep one exchange. Like, if I go bishop f3, I thought he should even leave the rook there, maybe. So I thought basically one exchange I have 2 pawns for, and for the other exchange I kind of have 2 bishops. So like roughly in my head it was about equal material, and I at some point offered a draw here. I believe I wanted to see if he plays for a win or not, and I think he could play for him, but I don't think so. The point is that I don't even really. Okay, I sort of threatened to take it, and then he's got light squares, and I have enough pawns. Again, 2 pawns is enough to make a draw, but not more. And here I was not sure. Not sure what I want, what he wants. I was considering rook a1, takes, king b4, rook a2, and then I saw c3.
C3, yeah.
Yes, and king e6 here important, takes here important, and then I realized that actually here, if he goes here, I have e6, bishop g7, and this pawn also goes. So I suddenly here.
Yeah, it will be very fast.
I was thinking who is better and why. Okay, now I see that it's rook a3. Very accurate, takes and c5, and this ends in a draw. But besides that, I think sort of any move here is roughly equal. Again, we just have equal material. So somehow I should have realized that the going forward is not bringing me much, and I should have taken a step back. With knight h3 or just play simple with queen g4. Somehow, I felt that. It's too tempting, so it has to be kind of the right way. But to be honest, the main miss was that from afar I missed this rook e5, bishop g5, and I think that kind of turned it around. And already this position, I mean, I don't know, the computer, this one gave an advantage for white, big one even. It's very hard to assess. Okay, rook is out, but it is hard for me to assess
the structure.
This position, because I no longer am a pawn up. I was thinking about it, during the game. Like, I wasn't sure how easy it is practically. Actually, the reason I remember, was that at some point I thought that we have little time, and practically it's easier for me to play. But no, this queen c6 and all that. So finally, some missed opportunities. But to be honest, chess is difficult for me.
Well, thank you very much for this analysis. Last final question. Tomorrow we are going to play with black. What will be your strategy for the second game?
Well, this was not a strategy also. So no, he's a very good player. Everybody is, and these knockouts are very tense. It's a little similar to World Cup, so I expect very tense match, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.